You just want to close the door as you come in as well, just in case there's any sound come. Thanks.
Okay, we are on YouTube.
Okay, good morning. Here we are at the prayerathon, International Mahayana Institute, our weekly prayerathon for healing the world, as advised by Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. How long is it now? 8 months? Something like that, that we've been doing every Saturday. And, you know, I was seeing that, you know, this is, you know, to reduce the harm of the pandemic, or at least as Rinpoche said, to continue on until the pandemic declines. I must say, for myself and for many of us in IMI, the monks and nuns of FPMT, it's been so wonderful to connect with each other interstate, around the world, you know, even when people are in lockdown, to be able to connect with our practice in this way and know that we're all part of this international community and that we're all doing our bit, you know. So we can think of all the, you know, hold in mind, or the over 2.5 million people in the world have already lost their lives to COVID. Of course, we can think of all the other causes of death, which are so many, but seeing we're focusing on this pandemic. But also, as I was seeing this morning, 65.5 million have recovered. So that's a hell of a lot. But, you know, if we look at the top countries affected currently on an ongoing basis of the US and Brazil and UK and India, main ones, and then of course all of us, the whole world affected, the humans of this world. So we can think that every moment of our practice generating healing thoughts to all the human beings involved in this, which is absolutely all of us. And I guess as we, you know, we just officially in Australia went into autumn this week. So we're going into the colder weather again. So I guess that's the most dangerous time for this virus. And it seems to mutate many times. They're still testing the latest strain that's hit Australia. So I'm sure that's happening elsewhere in the world as well. And think that may our collective karma in the world be purified, and that our power of our prayer, our practice, our aspirations, and so forth contribute to that in the way that we know how. We're not the medics, we're not the frontliners, but we contribute in any way that we can. And so setting a motivation, as Lama Zopa Rinpoche says, at the beginning of each day after you open your eyes until enlightenment is achieved and until death, and especially today, so that all the activities of your body, speech and mind, hearing, thinking, meditating, as well as walking, sitting, sleeping, doing your job of this prayerathon and so on, do not become the causes of suffering, and instead become the causes of happiness. And especially they become causes to achieve Buddhahood. That is, you transform them into a method of accomplishing benefit and happiness for all sentient beings. So yes, the human beings, but all sentient beings without exception. Transforming our mind into the holy Dharma, and the Dharma into the path, and the path to be without obstacles. Please, Gurus, bless my mind to become Dharma. So then the Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the Blessed Prayer, known as liberating the Sakya from disease. Thangtong Gyalpo himself, you know, seen to be a Buddha in Tibet, who was able to pacify the disease at the great Sakya seat at that time when no other prayers and practices worked, no other medical interventions worked. Of course, they didn't have all the technology and scientific research we have today, but also no other, even, you know, the most powerful tantric rituals. None of it worked except for this prayer of Mahasi Thangtong Gyalpo. So this is why we do this prayer, because it's so powerful in that lineage all the way down to us now. And very fortunate that a year ago now, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche in Kopan actually gave the transmission of this prayer, along with other prayers for averting COVID or reducing, on both on a personal level and for the world. So the motivation: all sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We can visualize here all sentient beings on every atom of space arising in human form. Actually, I saw this morning, where was that? They gave the non-human vaccine, the animal one, to some orangutans and bonobos in San Diego Zoo, because there'd been some of them had caught the virus, so they've been vaccinated as well. To them as well, arising as in human form and engaging in this practice as well, protecting their mind, protecting the world. And that all of us together going for refuge. So thinking for ourselves what the qualities and aspects of the Buddha are, of the Guru are, and the Guru, our precious teacher or teachers, guiding us, inseparable from the Buddha. In other words, having all those qualities and realizations of the Buddha. So thinking like that. So it could be Shakyamuni Buddha, the Buddha that we have come with, that turned the wheel of Dharma in this time, in this eon, in this world system, or Buddha Tara, or Buddha Chenrezig, or all the Buddhas manifesting for us in the form of the Guru, precious teachers. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yirams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yirams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yirams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yirams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So again, thinking what it means to go for refuge to the Buddha, to the Guru Buddha, inseparable from the Guru, the Dharma, which is the actual refuge, the causal refuge, or the teachings, or the texts, and so forth. And the resultant refuge, the only rising of that realization in our own minds, which is the Dhammakaya. And the Arya Sangha, there's great holy beings who have made the teachings of the Buddha accessible to us, who've studied and practiced and shown the way, just like Shakyamuni Buddha. Think how very fortunate we are, those of us who have met our precious teachers in this life, to have met the Dharma wherever we're at in our practice, and how it's the most rare and precious thing in our lives. So we can visualize in front of us the gurus, the yidams, if we have a personal deity and so forth, or the dakinis, or we can visualize all these holy beings arising in the form of Shakyamuni Buddha in the space in front, inseparable from the guru. And the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya, which is said to be vast as space, unobstructed space, like the brilliant sunlight, the sun of wisdom shining in the world. I remember being at one of the Lamp of the Path retreats with Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and there was a young girl. She must be about 20 now, but anyway, at the time she was quite young. And Rinpoche said she had the ability to be the sun rising in the world, the sun of the world. And then her even younger sister, Rinpoche said her too. Watch this space. Amazing. These American young girls. So our own Dhammakaya, our own wisdom, mind, truth body of a Buddha, our own innate wisdom. In other words, as the Buddha showed, we can all attain that, having faith, conviction, abiding in that clarity, luminosity, unobstructed space. As Geshe-la was saying yesterday in the teachings on the middle length lamb rim, of having a spacious mind, having a wisdom mind, and bodhicitta, on the basis of which we become a Buddha. Out of infinite compassion. So here, generating the mind of compassion to recite this mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, the mantra of compassion. So we can visualize above the crown of all these beings around us and ourselves, Arya Chenrezig, the Buddha Chenrezig, if you're familiar with the Buddha Chenrezig, 1,000-arm, 2-arm, 4-arm, 8-arm, or you can visualize, of course, here, those who come here, it's easy to see because we're upstairs, there's a whopping big statue of Chenrezig right there in front of you. So probably got an imprint of that in your mind. Buddha Tara, who out of her compassion, when Chenrezig despaired about the suffering continuing in the world, and she said, I will help you. Swift energy of Tara. Anyway, so whichever aspect, from any faith or none, an embodiment, whatever for you is embodiment of pure altruistic compassion, loving concern for others. In other words, no strings attached, just really wanting to benefit others in the world. There's so many people we can hold in that regard in the world. So whatever emanation, or even the pure essence light, that is like a white light, that is like the essence of all the infinite altruistic compassion in the world, in the minds of all the Buddhas. Above the crown of each of us. And then as we recite this mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, we can feel that nectar and light rays come down from that emanation above your crown, and come in through the crown, and healing light and nectar throughout your own body and the bodies of all those around you, healing any disease, any disturbing states of mind, or their fears, anxieties, depressions, especially when related to COVID, but other things as well. Let's just knock them all on the head. Why not? And feel that as this nectar and light comes down, soothing, healing, calming, pacifying body and mind of all beings. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme And so this emanation of pure altruistic compassion, and bodhicitta, the mind of enlightenment, the aspiring mind, engaging bodhicitta, dissolves into an orb of light, which dissolves down through your crown and the crown of all those beings around you, coming to sit at the heart, just like at the heart of Chenrezig, you see that mani, the jewel of compassion, right at the heart chakra, at the center of the chest. So this is our own innate compassion mind. Even Charles Darwin said, you know, we're hardwired for compassion, so we can't help but care for each other. And to cultivate that and to grow. Connecting us heart to heart with all our brother, sister beings around us, we visualized on every atom of space. And we're holding those in our heart, you know, and with this very spacious mind, holding all those beings in our heart, regardless of whether they harm us, help us, or do neither. Let's face it, how many of the 7.6 or so billion human beings in the world do we even know? So most of them are complete strangers in one way, but we can cultivate that mind, as His Holiness the Dalai Lama says, you know, I greet everyone as an old friend. So in our heart like that. So holding that infinite altruistic concern for others as we recite the actual prayer, liberating the Sakya from the disease. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Separate the body from the mind in a mere instant. You can see how many times that has happened in the world in the past 12 months, in the past day even. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Think how much the world, our human world, got so terrified at the name of COVID-19, and even now, many, many confusions and uncertainties and doubt and overwhelm. And now we hear, they're rolling out these mental health programs for the frontliners, for all the paramedics or first responders and so forth, which is so fantastic. Because I remember right at the beginning last year when we went into lockdown a year ago, and we had an online, ask a monk or nun, ask a Sangha member, and the calls that came in from paramedics saying, how can I help pacify other people's fear and anxiety when I'm riddled with fear and anxiety? It's really very concerning, so it's true. And then we hear like one of the Australian doctors who was in retirement, I think it was a surgeon in California, and then, as they were all being asked to come out of retirement and so forth, he was an advising one, and it's just so overwhelming moment by moment, in the hospitals. So all of that, just terrifying, as though being placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. So here we have the wheel of life, and Yama, with the fangs and the claws of the fingers and the toes. And inside that, all of us, no matter where we are in samsara, all in this together, not just the humans, all of us. So that until we're liberated, we will be in the claws of death, in the jaws of death, and feeling like we're propelled uncontrolled life to life, not knowing where we're going to end up. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. So the 424 diseases in the Lama Chirpa, the Guru Puja, it says 404, or we say 3 poisonous minds, or we sort of, I'll just go for the 3 things, but all the others come. Whereas the Buddha said 84,000, but there's 84,000 antidotes in the teachings of the Buddha. They can be overcome. So we can get overwhelmed by this, or we can think it can be overcome. If you can. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. Totally pacified. Our own minds. Peace in the world starts with peace in our own minds. Body and mind. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. So of course we're always offering our prayers, dedicating our practice to the long life, good health and well-being of all our precious gurus, because they are the ones who can guide us out of all this suffering. But also, especially for us Sangha, especially for us who have met the Dharma, I've got some friends along here with me, as well as around the world, all of us, and all the medics and the frontliners, everyone, be endowed with long life so we can all continue doing what we're doing, good health, same, and well-being, body and mind, physical health, mental health, emotional health. spiritual health, cultural health. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that hum suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So to conclude these dedications, to enhance our dedications, if you have the retreat book, some of my friends here have the retreat book here. There's some more up there in the shelves if you want to get some. Page 321. To actualize bodhicitta, may the precious supreme jewel bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. And for the long life of our precious gurus, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. So I was going to connect into the Pali Sanskrit conference His Holiness was speaking at yesterday, and I got the time wrong. So when I went to, I was like, oh, it's ended now. So I'm going to get the time right today. I hope. I hope to. And for Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serves as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers, honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And sealing all our merits with emptiness due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who are a complete hallucination, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely dependent on causes and conditions, and lead all sentient beings, which exist in mere name, to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty, merely labeled by the mind. So thank you very much. Venerable, am I handing over to you here? You're joining?
You are, thank you.
Okay, so Daichinla, I'll see you at 11.
Yep. Yep,
Okay.
thank you, Chokila. Thank you.
Ciao, ciao.
Thank you very much. So I'd just like to initially acknowledge the Indigenous population of our country, who've been here for thousands and thousands and thousands of years and have looked after our country, or their country, and and for all Indigenous people who are experiencing difficulties because of settlement that has occurred throughout the world on their property, on their land, due to expansion and capitalism and everything. It's important to acknowledge our Indigenous populations. Okay, so here we are again for another week, and really happy to be here again. It's such a wonderful opportunity to be able to do this and to do practice for the benefit of the whole world. Thank you to our precious teacher, Kyabje Zopa Rinpoche, who has encouraged us all to do this out of his kindness. So let's just, the way I would like to do this today, similar to what I've done it in the past, is that I will just, at times I will have a rest and we can just reflect on what we are meditating on, what the prayer is instructing us to do or is talking about at that time. It just give us some time to contemplate it. So we'll first start off with our motivation. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. So all sentient beings in this whole world, imagine they're all sitting with us. Infinite like space. When we think of all the realms, the hell realms, the animal realm, the God realms, Predator realm, the form and the formless realm. All sentient beings, my mother. We go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. Foundation of all good qualities is the Guru. He is following our teacher's instructions. It is through the kindness of teachers that we practice as they instruct us. So we are part of a path, a journey, and we're all on a path together. So just spend some time contemplating this, that this is a path that's been well traveled, in which our teachers are on, and that there are many teachers who have been on this path too in the past, and who will be on it again in the future. And that we are not alone. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own Dharma minds. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our Dharmakaya minds. It's good to remember that all sentient beings have Buddha nature, have the capacity, have the seed, have the imprints for the Dharmakaya mind. So as we're reflecting on our own Buddha nature, our own innate wisdom, let's spend a few moments practicing Tonglen and generating bodhicitta. Breathing in the disease, the coronavirus, breathing in all the suffering into our Dharmakaya mind, where it just dissipates and destroys our own self-grasping, self-cherishing. And then breathe out the Dharmakaya mind, the wisdom, the fuel that will help to ignite everybody's Dharmakaya mind, so that people become more aware of it. All beings become more aware of their inner wisdom. All people are practicing in a positive, harmonious way, striving for inner peace and world peace. So we'll just spend a few moments practicing Tonglen, breathing in the suffering in the form of black smoke into our Dharmakaya mind, where it dissipates. Then we give out the wisdom that fulfills everyone's wishes and illnesses. And now that we've got the rhythm of the Tonglen with our breath, breathing in and breathing out, breathing in negativities, giving out wisdom, happiness, we'll commence the Om Mani Padme Hum, the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, and you can either say it quietly to yourself while maintaining the visualization of Tonglen, or you can chant with Lama Zopa, this lovely recording I've got. Oh, it's just wonderful hearing Lama Zopa's voice, chanting Om Mani Padme Hum, sending out great compassion to us all. And with love and compassion in our hearts, let's continue on with the actual prayer that was written by the Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the Graha spirits, illnesses, and the Bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of the interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the Graha spirits, illnesses, and the Bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of those whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 diseases of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these conditions and prayers be fulfilled. Our final time of doing the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of the graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance, power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. So let's just spend a few moments really thinking about this, that may be using the Tonglen method, breathing in with may whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified as we breathing in all this negativities, that upset, that unbalance. May it all be pacified And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. Then breathing out, we imagine that all is pacified. We have long life, good health and well-being. We'll strive to live a harmonious life, inner peace and outer peace, world peace. And by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, the Dharma protectors and the guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Just imagine that from your heart, light is beaming out, and all the aspirations of this prayer and of this 24-hour practice is being fulfilled. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that is not arisen arise and grow. And may that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. May the supreme jewel of the wisdom, understanding emptiness that has not arisen arise and grow. And may that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. May our own personal bodhicitta and wisdom increase in this very life, this very day, this very moment. Through the power and the blessings of our teachers, our gurus. In the land encircled by the snowy mountains, you are the source of all happiness and good, all powerful Tenzin Gyatso. Please, please live long. And let me just see if I can find the other beautiful long life prayer for His Holiness. Okay, here I am. This is in the retreat prayer book to be able to correctly devote to His Holiness the Dalai Lama and fulfill all his advice. May the nectar stream of the blessings of the lotus holder always enter our hearts and nourish us with strength. May we please you with offerings of dedicated practice, and may we reach beyond the shores of perfect, compassionate deeds. Due to the blessings of the eminent victorious ones and the bodhisattvas, the truth of the infallible dependent arising, and the power of my pure special attitude, taking responsibility, may the aims of our prayers be easily and quickly fulfilled. Glorious Guru, whatever your body, retinue, lifespan, and realm, whatever your supreme and excellent name, may I and others become exactly like that. By the force of praise and requests made to you, may all diseases, evil spirits, poverty, and quarrels be calmed, and may the Dharma and the good fortune increase in the regions in which I and others dwell. Like a wish-fulfilling jewel and a wish-granting tree, may I fulfill the hopes of sentient beings without need for effort and exertion. May all be auspicious to accomplish this wish. You who uphold the subduous moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjanath's victorious doctrine, who accomplishes magnificent prayers honoring the 3 jewels, Saviour of myself and others, your disciples. Please, please live long. And my final dedication prayer. May the monks and nuns of the FPMT outwardly have the pacified and subdued behaviour of hearer listeners, inwardly be training well with bodhicitta, and secretly maintain the yoga of bliss and emptiness of the 2 stages, and actualize the complete teachings of the victorious one, Losang Drapa. Okay. The 30 minutes goes so quickly.
Yes, what a beautiful conclusion, Dechen.
Thank you. Oh, it's lovely to see you, Tenda.
Yes, how are you? Are you good
Yeah.
health, good shape?
I am.
Yes,
I'm
good.
so much better than when I was visiting you guys. I hope I come back when and you can see me in better health. But yeah.
You're very welcome in France. You're always very welcome in France.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I loved Nalanda. Beautiful.
Yeah.
And everything is going well for you guys there?
Absolutely, absolutely. It's really a miracle that we have no pandemic in our community, because on a daily basis, there's about 60, sometimes 70 people coming, and most are always here, like residential, but there's also some students coming from town. So, and also with the post office and deliveries, it's easy to get virus in, and it somehow did not happen. 2 times someone came in positive, was tested positive, but did not spread, and they were isolated, and it all went very well. So I find it really miraculous, and maybe it's the power of the prayers, and yeah. Anyway, so
the blessings of the Buddhas. Yeah,
yes,
it
yes,
is. Oh, that's just sent a chill all over me. That's a wonderful. Thank you for sharing that. That's
yes,
fantastic.
yes,
yeah. We are always blessed, aren't we? We
yes,
are living a blessed life.
And in your community, you can travel a little bit. It's go free in and out, or?
Look, we are so fortunate in Australia. I've left Chenrezig just to come down to Victoria to wind up my affairs here in Bendigo. So I'm heading out to the monastery once I leave here for lunch.
Ah, okay.
So yeah, we're sort of traveling around a lot more easily than you guys. There's really no coronavirus within our community at the moment. Knock on wood.
Fantastic.
So
yes.
Fortunate
Yeah, it should stay so like this. Yeah. Wow, thank you so much. And you and your whole team in Chenrezig. I mean, it's so.
Yes.
I realize also, like, yeah, this is a Chenrezig practice, and that the Chenrezig Institute plays such an important role in the organization of this weekly event, and that's also very special. I realized that you have this name, Chenrezig Institute and Chenrezig Nunnery. So yeah,
Yeah, we're so fortunate together, and they do a great job up there, Malgo and her and the IT team with her. We're very lucky.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Okay, you have a great
we have
practice.
Malgo also.
Yes, great practice.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We go for it.
Bye for now, Tenda.
Thank you. Hello, Malgo.
Hello.
You doing well?
I'm very good, thank you.
Good. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, so we go ahead again. Yes. Yeah, I just thought like that as part of the motivation to read something of a book of written by Lama Zopa Rinpoche, teachings from the Mani retreat, which was held in Chenrezig Institute. And then Rinpoche quotes Sera J. Geshe Jampa Chodrak. And it says, thus, by meditating on the holy body of compassion, Buddha just once, hearing the holy name just once, or memorizing it, or seeing the 6-syllable mantra written, or just touching it by hand, one gets protected from spirits called De and spirits called Za, which cause paralysis, from yamas, evil vicious animals, diseases, dangers, and harm from human beings and non-human beings, and whatever wishes of this life one has, such as for a long life, wealth, power, and so forth, get fulfilled exactly as wished. Then the 5 uninterrupted negative karmas and so forth, such as the extremely heavy negative karma collected during beginningless time, get purified, and one receives good rebirths in all one's future lives. And one is able to see compassion, Buddha's holy face, and so forth. It is said that there are such limitless skies of benefits from remembering the qualities of Arya, compassionate eyed one, and remembering the kindness and blessings, and even just reciting the holy name. Then one must attempt to practice making offerings and requests and so forth. We are unbelievably fortunate to have met the Dharma and to have the opportunity to do recitation, meditation on the compassion Buddha. It is an easy way to purify whatever negative karma we have collected in not only this life, but in many previous lives as well. So I think this is so fantastic to do this practice, this motivation. Lama Zopa continues, of course. Would be a little bit maybe too long to quote all what Lama Zopa Rinpoche says in this context. We have only half an hour to do this practice. Our main goal for this session is that we want to practice compassion, love and compassion, because in this way we can develop more qualities and follow the Mahayana path to become Buddha ourselves. And we have compassion, meaning that we hope that everyone is free of suffering. So we do this practice especially for those who are suffering at this moment due to the whole pandemic, which is still influencing the whole world economically, socially, emotionally. And many people have really health problems. So last weekend I heard about the parents of the study group leader in Romania, and this weekend I also heard that 2 friends of mine, a couple, they are in their 60s, had corona, and they help to fundraise from time to time, and they're president of an association who helps Nalanda in the Netherlands. So there's many people who are hit health-wise by the corona still. So even in some countries it goes better and better. So there's hope. Anyway, for all those people who are suffering, we visualize them around us for this practice. So if you watch by YouTube, below the screen, you can find links to the text, the short prayer. It's only a short prayer, and there's also a link to the dedications, which you do at the end. So the short practice consists of setting our motivation, then do some mantras, or Mani Padme Hum, the mantra of Buddha Chenrezig, then some prayers connected to our goal while we do this practice. So in these steps, so we start with visualizing that Buddha Chenrezig is with us. So in the form of the Guru, so we can visualize him as the Dalai Lama or Lama Zopa Rinpoche or Kandrula, then it's the she. So in the form of our teacher, Chenrezig manifest in many forms. So for us, the most easy way to connect is our big teachers, our teachers who are full of compassion or compassion themselves. So they are, you can visualize them in front of you at the height of your third eye or at the top of your head, watching in the same direction as you are doing. You can visualize all sentient beings from all 10 directions around us. So all the humans, traditionally we visualize actually the females on your right side, the males on your left side, enemies or people we have difficulties with, who we perceive quickly as enemies in front of us, and our friends, people we feel close to, who support us, behind us. So all sentient beings, they want to be happy, they want to have eternal happiness actually in their heart, but they have many obscurations. They are still under the influence of obscurations and karmic influences, results of our deeds of the past. So Buddha Chenrezig is 24/7 available to help sentient beings. So it depends on us if we can make connection or if we open us up to their instructions, to their advice, and make our inner use our inner potential. We have the potential to become Buddha. We have the Buddha potential in us. So all these sentient beings have this. They can open up to Buddha Chenrezig. So in whatever form he or she manifests, to be a benefit of these all these sentient beings. So we visualize that we take refuge all together with them. And it's a practice called the Vajra speech of Master Thangtong Gyalpo, and is advised by Lama Zopa Rinpoche. It's very powerful practice to in these times of the corona. So we start with the motivation. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Akinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Akinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the empty assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. So then we continue with doing this mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum. So we visualize it from the heart of Chenrezig, or from our Lama, from our teacher, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, or Kandorla, or any other teacher, His Holiness. And that light goes to all sentient beings in all directions. Then it returns to Chenrezig, and it's kind of a continuous stream of light or nectar. If you have an initiation in Chenrezig, you can visualize yourself as Chenrezig, that Guru is in your heart and that you're one energy. So and now we visualize in general, we visualize the Guru on top of our head, and that she sends light to all sentient beings in all directions, and touches the people and gives them whatever they need, whatever they long for. So good health, or protection, or food, or drink, or safety, feel saving, friendship. And maybe Dharma, so those who want Dharma in their lives, that they find the text and find the ways to heal themselves and become Buddhas themselves. So we do this Om Mani Padme Hum, and all sentient beings, all hell realms beings, all God realm beings, all Bardo beings, all humans, animals, they are all around us. And they all receive the blessings of Guru Chenrezig. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. So we continue with the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of ground spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body of mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Do one time more, this prayers is the actual prayer from Thangtong Gyalpo, so it's very powerful. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Then we do some dedication prayers at the end. So Rinpoche advises to do these prayers as much as possible during the time of COVID-19, so during this whole period. In the first place, we dedicate this case with prayers here who are laid out here for bodhicitta and wisdom realizing emptiness, the two main qualities we want to have at the end, the two of the three principles of the path, together with renunciation. So first, actualize bodhicitta. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline but increase more and more. And the other wing of to enlightenment is the wisdom realizing emptiness, which we want to develop. Samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect and dependent arising are unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. We dedicate to all the sick, so for people who have cancer and everyone who is at this moment has problems with the body. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, of transmigrated beings never occur again. And then may we meet a perfect guru in our lifetimes. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma, and by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. For Lama Tsongkhapa to be our direct guru. I could be too quick. Sorry. For Lama Tsongkhapa to be our direct Mahayana guru in all our future lives. By the force of the victorious one, Tsongkhapa, acting as my direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all my lives, may I never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. May I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of the victorious one Losang Drakpa, who lived an eminent life endowed with pure morality, a brave heart in doing the Bodhisattva's extensive deeds, and the yoga of the two stages, the supreme transcendental wisdom of non-dual bliss and emptiness. And then some verses from Nagarjuna's Jewel Garland. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines and wood in the forest, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. So, like the earth, water, fire, wind, medicines and wood in the forest, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I hold sentient beings as dear as my life. May sentient beings hold me most dear. May all the negative karma ripen on me, and may all my virtue ripen on them. So then one of the favorite verses of His Holiness, slightly in other words, but His Holiness recites this many times at the end of dedications. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieved highest enlightenment. And to be the dedication to be wish fulfilling for others. May I become like a wish granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. By merely seeing, hearing, remembering, thinking about or remembering me, as well as by touching me or talking to me, may all suffering instantly be pacified, and may there be happiness forever. Then to seal the merits with emptiness, due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. And to dedicate the same way as all the past Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri who knows reality, and just as Samantabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by the all gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. Then we do long life prayers for His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the incomparably kind and supreme Thangtong Gyalpo, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. May you have a long life. May all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Finally, also long life for Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subdual's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So I want to dedicate for all my brothers and sisters everywhere around the world, or everyone who is a monk and nun, but also all our sponsors of the IMI, sponsors of the monasteries, and then all other brothers and sisters who run Dharma centers, who are directors, who are SPCs, and or have been. So all those who practice and follow the instructions of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche. So may all their spiritual wishes be fulfilled. May His Holiness and Lama Zopa Rinpoche be able to travel all around wherever they want. May Tibet have religious freedom again. And may His Holiness be able to travel to all countries all around the world. May everyone be able to hear His beautiful voice and get His instructions. I think it's time, so thank you so much for being here with us. So I see Venerable Cherky already with a big smile.
Hello, Venerable Chandala. Thank you for all your hard work and everything. Yep.
Thank you.
Zooming back to Australia,
Yeah.
halfway around the world.
Yes. So yeah, still going well. Goes up with the knee and the hip.
Yep, the knee's going really well. Lots of rehab. Fantastic.
Yes.
Going.
Any news for the rest in Australia from your side?
What's our news? I don't know. I have to think about our poor brothers and sisters in New Zealand who are suffering from earthquakes and tsunamis and little tsunami waves. No danger, but they've had a few. They've had a few overnight. So yeah. So they said, on top of pandemic, we've got earthquakes and something else as well. So, yeah.
Yes. Anyway.
So in our part of the world, I think we're doing well here. But as you can see, there's not, you know, Venerable Pallian's now gone into her retreat for the basic program. So she's in Kangaroo Island, Datong Ling. And Venerable Chinese down there, and Venerable Dachin's down in Bendigo. And then, yeah, so our numbers are going a little bit down here, just at the moment. Just at the moment.
That's very good.
Okay, good to see you. Stay well.
Yes, good. I go to bed now. Yeah, it's at 2 o'clock.
Okay, good idea.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Good night.
Ciao, ciao. All the best to the two of you and everyone else.
Thank you.
Ciao.
Thank you. Okay. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Zoom back here to Chenrezig Institute, where it's just started raining. The impermanence of the weather. It just happens like that, doesn't it? At least we didn't get. Namo Dhammaya Namo Sanghaya Namo Gurudye Namo Buddhaya Namo Dhammaya Namo Sanghaya Namo Gurudye Namo Buddhaya Namo Dhammaya Namo Sanghaya. So Venerable Tendo was asking what our news. Me and Margot were just looking at images of, because we've got all these statues around, the Nalanda masters and so forth. So seeing that we're a nunnery, we're looking at Mahaprajapati Gautama, the, you know, sort of mother of the Buddha, or the aunt of the Buddha who raised the Buddha, because his mother died 1 week after he was born. And then also Prajnaparamita, perfection of wisdom. So we might have some fantastic, and of course, Buddha Tara. I mean, we never get enough Taras, do we? So, so we can see some more representations for our female Sangha here, of our female Sangha. Yeah. So. Okay, so again, setting our motivation for this practice of liberating Sakya from the disease, a blessed prayer composed by Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the Vajra speech. Actually, as we're, I'm having to raise my voice slightly, not because of online, but the Kind Kids Club is happening upstairs. So there's some very joyful, well, a bit more than pitter-patter happening. Next generation Dharma practitioners at work. So anyway, it's very joyful. So setting our motivation, all sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So here we can pause and visualize all mother sentient beings, all my kind mothers, all past lives, present lives, future lives, arising around us in human form, every atom of space, as much as our mind can hold, infinite like space, and going for refuge along with us, engaging in this practice along us, as Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche said, to continue this practice with IMI, our monks and nuns worldwide of FPMT, and everybody else engaging in the practice. You know, earlier we were doing here, and we had 4 others, 5 others, including Margot. Margot is here, but she's here all the time, almost, you know, almost didn't count, sorry. Yeah, so together here, and then of course all the others. We can hold in mind those we know who are suffering from this COVID disease, or those who've passed away, 2.5 million in the world, you know, and over 500,000 in the US, and many in India and UK, suffering very much, and all parts of Europe and so forth. And I was hearing that, you know, sort of Spanish people were going to Germany to be cared for COVID, and, you know, sort of from Spain. So probably other countries as well. So Europe, of course, Brazil, India, so forth. Putting all these beings in our heart, and then all of us together taking refuge in the Buddha, or whatever understanding we have of the Buddha and the teachings of the Buddha and the Arya Sangha, those who have continued to turn the wheel of Dharma, had the realizations, and passing that on to us through our precious gurus. Holding those all in our mind, which is our innate, you know, pure nature of mind, our own Dharmakaya, when that the Dharma wisdom is fully complete in our own minds, all the realizations and so forth, truth body, wisdom body of a Buddha, which is not a body as such. It's not a sort of clunky physical form like this, but, you know, the essence, the actual realizations of all the Dharma in our own mind when we become a Buddha. Which is said to be vast as space, unobstructed space. And the wisdom mind, like the sun rising in the world, you know, illuminating the dark, which is the darkness of our ignorance, our obscurations and so forth. You know, when the first woman who was appointed in Australia as the chief astronomer, I remember her saying her subject matter was dark space, and dark matter was her speciality. And she said, we know about 17% of what's out there. The rest is human ignorance. And I thought, wow, that sounds very Buddhist to me. The rest is human ignorance. So removing those veils of our own mind, the inner world. Okay, and then generating a heart of altruistic compassion, the wish to benefit others, not being so self-absorbed. We're only one, and even in the human realm, even in this human realm, 7.6 billion others, so mere one of me. But if I visualize all these others on every atom of space engaging in this practice, it makes the practice more powerful, so we can do like that, but also holding them in mind, you know, so that we cultivate more and more loving concern, softening our heart towards others, holding, as Buddha Chenrezig, the precious jewel of compassion at our heart chakra, center of our chest. And we can visualize above our crown and the crown of all those around us an emanation of infinite altruistic compassion, be that Buddha Tara, Buddha Chenrezig, who's or the infinite compassion, which is limitless anyway, of all the Buddhas, each and every one, arising in that form for us to engage in this practice, or Kuan Yin, the female aspect of compassion. Any of the Buddhas, and of course, inseparable from our own precious gurus, who, out of infinite compassion, sort of teach and guide us and are patient with us and never give up on us. So precious, so dear. So visualizing that above the crown of every sentient being, including ourselves. And as we recite Om Mani Padme Hum, the mantra of compassion, it's probably the most well-known mantra in the world, then we can think that nectar and light rays, healing energy descends from the heart of that being above your crown and from the mantra into every atom of your body and those of everyone around you, all the cells, all the particles of your being, healing, pacifying the mind of any anxiety, depression, overwhelm, all the ignorance and afflicted states of mind, and on the basis of which we get it wrong and make mistakes, all of that completely purified, in other words, eliminated from our mental continuum and that of all those beings around us. So we'll give it a go. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 So then that emanation above your crown, above the crown of every sentient being, and the nature of light dissolves into an orb of, this, what do we say? Like the essential oil of compassion, the essential light of compassion dissolving down through your crown, into the crown of everyone around you, and comes to sit like a precious jewel at each of our hearts, connects us heart to heart. This is what connects us one to one, and that we as human beings have this special, rare, precious opportunity, particularly those of us who've encountered the Buddha's teachings, particularly those of us who are Buddhists, particularly those of us in the Mahayana, great Scott practitioners who've made this vow, particularly those of us taking Bodhisattva vows, who made the vow to continue to work for the welfare of all beings. So through the power of our prayer, may it be of benefit to all beings suffering all realms of existence from all afflictions, all diseases, and so forth. Holding those dear in our heart, regardless of whether we know them or they're complete strangers. They're only complete strangers in our own mind, right? So if we make them our dear precious friends, guess what? It works, I've had the great joy of, meeting some, new people the last few weeks, or actually last month, at the hospital and so forth, and just delighting to be able to connect on levels that are a little bit different to my fellow Dharma brothers, sisters, a reminder of our heart connection, all like that. I'm sure we all have those experiences in life. So holding all of those precious in our heart, we can recite the actual prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo, liberating Sakya from disease. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Strong conviction, strong motivation for that. May whatever sufferings there are of life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world at all, anywhere. Not in the deepest ocean, not in the skies, not on the earth, not on the Antarctica. The great new iceberg has broken away from Antarctica. I remember seeing a movie about someone going down, a woman diving down below the icebergs below Antarctica. Pretty risky stuff to look at the life forms down there. Or deep in the earth, they find out more and more beings existing towards the center of the earth where, I'm not sure if they survive all the really hot stuff, but down, miles and miles and miles, kilometers down. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose name terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Sounds pretty grim, doesn't it? Pretty outrageous. And yet we have our human resilience that of all the cases of COVID in the world, that 65.5 million have recovered. And now we see with the vaccines that where that's been rolling out for a while, that the incidence also, it's preventative or whatever, I'm not a medical expert, but gone down, it's on the interfaith leaders, they say, forum about COVID and the vaccine, and connecting with our communities who I saw. They got a fact sheet in Tibetan. I was so joyful. It was just like, yes, you've done Tibetan as well, and translating into all the languages. So fantastic, so that we all get well informed. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. So as our brothers, sisters in New Zealand experiencing the disturbances of the elements with the, shifting of tectonic plates, say the Pacific plate and the Australia plate, that causes all these seismic movements seems to impact New Zealand much more than Australia, right? At all, we hardly ever get much at all. Anyway, so all those you know, fortunately, they said no damage and no so far, and no you know, people affected. Well, people, you know, which is great. But we see in the world, you know, constantly all this disturbance of the elements due to bushfires, wildfires, you know, Australia, California, other places, due to the tornadoes. You know, we just had cyclones happening here north, which is why I think it's raining like this at the moment here. We just get the slight little fringe for that. And we can think of the 4 elements at the end of the world, you know, as His Holiness the Dalai Lama said, you know, the wind will, you know, wind and fire and destruction of this world system. So we're in that era of the destruction of this world system. So that's externally, but internally, you know, the disturbances, the elements that cause not just the physical ailments, but the mental suffering. And, you know, fortunately also one of the benefits, you know, positive outcomes from this past year or so experiencing COVID in the world is much more mental health awareness and much more awareness of the impacts of social isolation. We called it here compassionate isolation, but I think many people experience social isolation. So sad. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Guru 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So just thinking how joyous for me anyway it is to, I'm sure for those of us who engage and those of us who are participating online and so forth, to engage in this prayer-a-thon. This prayer, I don't know, it has some, well, of course it has some power, as we've heard from Thangtong Gyalpo. I mean, from the pacifying the disease that hit the Sakya seat at that time in Tibet, that couldn't be pacified by other means. But it's quite powerful, seems to be very uplifting for our minds. Maybe it's the fact that we can contribute something. Maybe it's the fact that in Bodhisattva's way of life, we just started No, we just finished, actually, not just started, finished chapter 7 here in our study program on joyous effort, enthusiastic perseverance, you know, that one. So we just completed that chapter. So maybe it's just like it's in our minds, you know. That would be nice. If it stays there for a while longer, would be even better. But it is. It's such a joy. This is such a joyous practice to engage in, really. So I never want to miss, you know. So anyway, time is coming to an end for myself. But anyway, so I will just seal the merits with emptiness and then read some dedications. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, mere imputation, my mind is made up, achieve Buddhahood, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, dependent on causes and conditions, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side, but who are my precious kind mothers, to that Buddhahood, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. And then from the dedication chapter of Bodhisattva's Way of Life, Shantideva, may all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature commit evil or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains, we're having here, and bountiful harvest. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain, until then, may I too remain to dispel the suffering of transmigratory beings. So thank you very much.
Good morning, Venerable Chucky.
Good morning, Hola. How's Brisbane doing?
Very nice, very warm. It's very sunny here. There's no rain at all, so I'm surprised to hear you had so much rain up there.
It's way up. You had those crazy storms in the northern side anyway. Were you affected by any of that?
No, just a bit of rain. It wasn't particularly severe here, so it's quite comfortable.
Yes, anyway.
Very fortunate yet again.
Very refreshing, actually.
Very nice. I'm glad everything's going well with you up there.
Yes, everything's going well. We've got the kind kids happening upstairs, pitter-patter of little feet.
Excellent.
And some bigger feet as well.
I've hearing you talk about Bodhisattva's Way of Life. I still have to catch up with those, with Geshe Sultram's teachings this week on YouTube. I'll get to that over the weekend.
That'll be lovely. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll enjoy it very much. Thank you very much.
Over to you.
Have a good weekend.
You too.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Thangtong Gyalpo. I live about an hour and a half drive from Chenrezig Institute, where Chucky was just leaving last session. I have been a monk about a year and a half now, and I'm very, very fortunate to be able to participate in this session today. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land that I live on here in Brisbane, the Turrbal and Yagara peoples. They have been living on this land for many, many thousands of years, where I've only been here a very short time, as other peoples from around the world have lived here only for a few decades or 100, 150 years, whereas the traditional custodians have been here for many, many thousands of years. I'd like to pay my respects, acknowledge that they have done so, and pay my respects to their elders past, present, and emerging. And so to begin this session, let's start by refreshing our motivation for today and why we're going to participate in this session. I'm just disturbed a little bit at the moment because I've just seen one of my great teachers run across the room in the form of a cockroach. And this cockroach lives, I think, in my wardrobe, but sometimes under my bed. And it just ran out in the middle of the day. I'm thinking, why, my friend, are you out running around in the middle of the day? And my habitual reaction to cockroaches is revulsion. I'm working on seeing my kind teacher here as my mother. And I'm reminded that I'm doing this practice to help this teacher of mine, this cockroach, who has a most unfortunate rebirth right now in being afraid and not being able to find food, and possibly in my living with me has probably a safer environment than most others, but still has no control over his life. He's just running around trying to find food and avoid fear, but also has no control over future lives while in that rebirth, and doesn't have the opportunity to practice the Dharma. Although he does come out very often when I'm doing my practice, so he does have the opportunity to hear several practices I do, as well as this one. And so there's both the opportunity to think, I must do this practice today for that kind other sentient being in the form of that cockroach who shares my living accommodation now, as well as train my mind to not be revolted by such creatures. Like the other night, there was a fly flying around and just wouldn't go away and just kept landing on any bit of bare skin I had would land and irritate me. And I had the thought, instead of being irritated, how did I react when my children were very small and they would similarly hang around and try and get my attention, get attention from me and things like that? Did I react in an irritated, angry way and wish them to leave me alone, or did I develop compassion for the children because they were so dear to me? And I remembered back, and of course there were some times where I didn't demonstrate the patience that I really wanted to develop, and that I did ask my children to leave me alone. But I'd use those times as well as the opportunity to practice patience and to train my mind to develop compassion for those sentient beings that are labeled in this lifetime as my children. And so I didn't want to hurt them, wanted to be too good for them, wanted them to be happy, because I have that culture indoctrination of I must take care of my offspring. So I was thinking about that when this fly was irritating me the other night. And I looked at that fly as my child and thought, I can't be irritated by this fly. This fly has been my child numerous times. This fly has been my mother numerous times, innumerable times, since the beginning of this time. So these examples we have in this life of people we hold dear are simply examples for us to start as a starting point, as a basis for developing compassion, and then broadening that compassion out to all kind other sentient beings. So seeing any sentient being that we encounter in our lives as one who has been dear to us in previous lives than any sentient being is in this life, and has been that close to us and that dear to us and important to us numberless times. So bring to mind now some sentient being in your life who has possibly not been directly benefiting you that you can perceive, that has allowed or been the momentary condition for negative mental states to arise. Knowing that the cause of that mental state is not whatever sentient being appears to have been triggering it, the cause of that is our deluded minds. That's the root cause, is the delusions in our minds. The sentient being who's around you at the time may be a condition for those negative mental states to arise. But it's also an opportunity for us to recognize those negative mental states and to train our minds differently so that those negative mental states don't arise. We use those opportunities that we get every day, like seeing a cockroach, having a fly land on us, having a child or co-worker or stranger behave in a way that may trigger habitual negative mindsets, and use those habitual triggers to recognize, firstly, those negative mind states, those habituations, those seeds in our minds, those imprints that allow these negative mind states to arise. Recognizing those sentient beings that may have triggered them have been our children that we have given of so easily, willingly, have been our parents, mothers, fathers, siblings, numberless times, since beginningless time, that we have been so close to. Desiring to liberate those kind mother sentient beings from all their suffering forever. Generating the powerful, unwavering, steely, gentle, kind, compassionate determination to free ourselves from samsara, from cyclic existence, so that we can free those kind mother sentient beings from all their sufferings forever and lead them to unsurpassed enlightenment, to retain their kindness from beginningless lives. The way to do this is to see those kind mother sentient beings and all phenomena, including ourselves, as they truly exist. Not as we perceive them to exist as inherently existent, but realizing through logic that all phenomena, all sentient beings are dependent arising. They arise in dependence on causes and conditions, and are therefore impermanent. And because they're impermanent and arise in dependence upon causes and conditions, including ourselves, we have the opportunity to create the causes and conditions for ourselves and all other kind mother sentient beings to be free from suffering. And the way to do that is to see that each and every phenomena arises in dependence upon causes and conditions and is therefore empty of inherent existence. And knowing that that is the case, we do our best, as best we can every day, to eliminate, to purify negativities, to stop future negativities arising, and to train our minds in virtue and positive actions to the ultimate state where we can perceive the nature of reality, the emptiness of all phenomena directly. How do we do this? We rely upon the perfect teacher, the gurus in this lifetime, but of course, the Buddha, Shakyamuni Buddha, our perfect teacher, who turned the wheel of Dharma in this world system, who's like a doctor, helping us with our mental illnesses, telling us how we can train our minds ourselves, how we can apply the medicine to our deluded mental state. Of course, that medicine is the Dharma, pure Buddha Dharma, the teachings of the Buddha. And for Buddha Dharma to be pure, the motivation must be not just for this life, but for future rebirths. And not simply, may I have a good rebirth next time. And not simply, may I be free from suffering. But ultimate pure Buddha Dharma is teaching us how to be free from suffering, from all sufferings forever, and lead all other sentient beings to be free from sufferings, for all sufferings forever. Make it pure Buddha Dharma. So we have the doctor, the Buddha, the medicine, the Dharma, and those helpers, nurses helping us administer the medicine, Arya Bodhisattvas. So therefore we have the three objects of refuge, the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. Keeping in mind the motivation and developing strong, wavering faith in the three objects of refuge, knowing through logic and experiential faith they are worthy objects of refuge. We move to recite the motivation of the Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo and the blessed prayer known as liberating suffering from disease. Pardon me. We'll say the motivation through 7 times. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yadamas, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yadamas, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yadamas, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yadamas, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yadamas, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yadamas, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yadamas, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Taking a moment now, having generated the motivation and reminded ourselves of the veracity of the three objects of refuge, to feel that refuge in our hearts. For it isn't actually saying, not just saying the words, but feeling that change in our mental continuum in our hearts to be influence the future. Moving on to recite the mantra. Before we do, we'll do a visualization of Arya Chenrezig, Avalokiteshvara. With firm concentration, visualize above the crown of your head the divine form of the 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara, Arya Chenrezig, who is the embodiment of infinite Buddha's compassionate wisdom. He stands on lotus and moonseed. His body is in the nature of white light, youthful looking and decorated with magnificent jewel ornaments. He has 11 faces. The central face is white, the right is green, the left is red. Above those, the central face is green, the left is white, the right is red. Above those, the central face is red, the left is green, and the right is white. Above those is a dark blue face in wrathful aspect, with orange hair standing erect. On the very top is the red-coloured Amitabha Buddha, in peaceful and smiling aspect. 2 hands are clasped together at his heart, holding the wish-fulfilling gem. On his right, the next hand is in the mudra of giving realizations. The next bears a Dharma chakra, carrying the will of Dharma. And the uppermost bears a mala, reminding you to recite the mantra. On his left, the next hand bears a vase containing the nectar of his divine compassionate wisdom. Next holds a bow and arrow, symbolizing the feet of the four Mara. And the uppermost bears a white lotus, the purest of flowers, although born out of mud. The other 992 hands are also in the mudra, giving the highest realizations. The skin of an antelope is draped over his left shoulder, symbolizing that hatred is overcome completely by peaceful, compassionate wisdom. On a moon disk at Arya Chenrezig's heart is a concentration being, Sybil Free, surrounded by garlands of the mantra to be recited, Om Mani Padme Hum. White in color are standing clockwise. Light rays radiate from them, filling all the inside of your body and purifying all negativities and obscuration. Light rays radiate outward, from which an incalculable assembly of deities, the Great Compassionate One, are emitted, purifying the negativities and obscurations of all sentient beings and setting them in a state of Arya Chenrezig. These then collect back and dissolve into the free at the heart of Arya Chenrezig. Reciting the mantra out loud a few times and then continuing silently to yourself. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Now that we've set the motivation by clearly stating the goal, we have accumulated the causes for positive results in the future by reciting the mantra, taking refuge in reciting the mantra. Now, in order to connect those roots of virtue with the result, we make prayers. And that's what prayers are, they're linking the virtue that we have created with the result we want to achieve. So we'll say the actual prayer through 3 times, and then move on to some other dedications. May all diseases that sand the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Gaha spirits, Anuttars and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that hum suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sand the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Graha spirits, illnesses of the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that hum suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Gaha spirits, illnesses of the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that hum suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be known with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, our protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. If you have any personal motivations you wish to make for individuals at the moment, please make them now. We're moving on to a few dedication verses from the booklet downloadable from YouTube, from Lama Zopa Rinpoche's teachings on thought transformation during the time of COVID-19. To actualize bodhicitta. May the precious supreme bodhicitta, not yet born, arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. To realize emptiness. Samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect, independent arising, are unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. For the sick, however many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. The all sicknesses, without exception, of transmigratory beings never occur again. To seal the merits of emptiness, due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numbers Buddhas, numbers sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. For the long life of His Holiness Dalai Lama, incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in the world. May you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. The long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche. You who uphold the Sajura's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, standing, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers only the three sublime ones, Saviour of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And that's the end of that session. So we'll start the next session straight away. We'll start this session again by refreshing motivation. Setting the motivation as we can before every action we do each day. May this action I'm about to take, in particular, this particular practice, every action I do every day, be the cause of numberless sentient beings be freed from all their suffering forever. If you practice this motivation, saying the simple, very, very simple motivation before every activity you do, not only will it change how you think and train your mind to positivity, it will change how you do each and every action. For example, if you say, before you eat, may my action of eating be the cause for numberless sentient beings to be freed from all their suffering forever. And you spend a moment to think, how on earth can the action of my eating be the cause for numberless sentient beings to be freed from all their suffering forever? logically, if you think about it just that simply, it seems an impossibility. But if you think about it a little bit more deeply, the action of you eating is the action of you sustaining your human rebirth, which means that you have a longer human rebirth and therefore a longer opportunity in this lifetime to practice the Dharma. And therefore, if you have more of an opportunity to practice the Dharma, you will reach enlightenment that little bit faster, a little bit sooner. And the sooner that you achieve enlightenment, the sooner that you achieve realizations along the path, and you achieve fully operational enlightenment, the sooner that you will perfect your ability to benefit sentient beings and lead them to enlightenment. It's free all of them from suffering. Therefore, the action of eating can be the cause for numerous sentient beings, numberless sentient beings to achieve enlightenment through you. You eat, you sustain your human rebirth, you practice the Dharma, you achieve enlightenment that little bit faster. And that reminds you too, I have a perfect human rebirth, I must practice the Dharma, I must achieve enlightenment faster. So not only are you expressing the aspiration for my actions or my merits that I create today to be benefiting other sentient beings, you reinforce the motivation, I must practice Dharma today. I must create virtue, merit for future lifetimes. I must not create negativities that will take me to lower rebirths, because that will postpone my achieving enlightenment, will prolong my suffering, and therefore, although we may have developed the patience to endure that suffering, every extra moment that we suffer is a moment that we are not benefiting sentient beings the best possible way. But therefore, every moment we must avoid and work hard every moment of every day to eliminate our own suffering, to achieve enlightenment, so that we can benefit sentient beings faster, better. And to do this, we must examine our life, examining the suffering that we experience this day and every day. In all its forms, the suffering that we normally understand as pain, discomfort, unpleasantness. The suffering of change that we normally experience as pleasure, but knowing that pleasure is transitory, that it will pass, and our craving for more of that kind of pleasure will lead us to lower rebirths and negativities. And the all-pervasive suffering of conditioned existence. Knowing that this form aggregate that we have has come about dependence upon contaminated karma and delusions, and therefore is by its nature, in its very nature, suffering. We must strive to purify all that negativity so that we can create, manifest the Dharmakaya. So thinking that through every action I do today, and in particular this practice we are about to do, may the merits created be the cause of numberless sentient beings to be free from all their suffering forever, including me. And every other sentient being I know who I have heard of has come into contact with me, hates me or loves me, feels indifference towards me. May they all achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May I place them in that enlightenment as quickly as possible. May I train my mind every second of every day to quickly achieve the highest perfect enlightenment and replace all transmigrated beings in that very state. Moving to recite the motivation in the booklet entitled The Vajra Speeds of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed player known as liberating Saki from disease. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the Gurus, Yamas, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, Go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the assembly of empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Pardon me. Pardon me. Moving on now to recite the mantra. Before we do so, refreshing the visualization of Arya of Kushvara, Chenrezig. Grab the crown of your head, either the four-armed, one-faced Chenrezig or the 1,000-armed Chenrezig, who is the nature of light. Bright, brilliant, luminous white light, brighter than any light you've ever seen or could imagine, and yet not painful to see, to observe, but blissful. Magnificent jeweled ornaments, fine garments of heavenly cloths, float slightly off his skin by the power of visualizations, not in contact with his holy body. Light rays radiate from Arya Chenrezig, filling all your body, purifying all negativities and obscurations. Light rays radiate from the free Arya Chenrezig's heart, entering the bodies of all sentient beings of all 10 directions, purifying all those sentient beings of their obscurations and negativities, placing all of them in the state of Arya Chenrezig, while maintaining that visualization. We'll recite the mantra out loud a few times and then continuing silently. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme. Om While continuing to recite the mantra, visualize those light rays coming out of Chenrezig, entering into all those kind mother sentient beings who have recently passed away from COVID-19 and all other reasons. All the other sentient beings who have died in natural catastrophes, floods and fires, who have died from old age and disease that were naturally happening before the pandemic. All those kind mother sentient beings who have been killed for humans to eat. All those other sentient beings suffering in the animal worlds, animal realm, hungry ghosts, hell realms. All those kind mother sentient beings who are currently suffering from COVID-19. All those who are suffering from the after effects of having recovered but having lingering illness. All those other kind mother sentient beings who have other illnesses that would have happened anyway, regardless of the pandemic. All those kind mother sentient beings who are suffering by watching loved ones suffer, are existing in fear and terror of contracting the disease themselves. All those kind mother deluded sentient beings thinking that it can't happen to them, thinking that COVID-19 isn't real. All those who are suffering from having lost loved ones. Visualize all that white light entering into those beings, purifying them of the negativity of obscurations. They may directly perceive emptiness as quickly as possible in order to be free from all their suffering forever. What about me? What about me? Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Now, in order to link the goal that we recited at the beginning as our motivation, achieving the highest perfect and good enlightenment, in order to benefit all living beings, place them in a state of enlightenment. Link that goal with the virtue we have created by reciting the mantra. To link that goal and to stabilize it, we make prayers and dedications. Moving on to recite the prayer, the actual prayer. May all sentient beings, may all diseases that stand the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses of the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be enabled with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that hum suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to differences of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallible karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that hum suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Calling to mind anyone you know who is suffering right now or has recently died within the last 49 days. Then calling to mind all those suffering sentient beings in your local community. And spreading your awareness out from there, all those kind mother sentient beings who are experiencing all different kinds of suffering right now. Thinking, may all those kind mother sentient beings be freed from suffering. May I too be freed from all suffering. Before we move on to the actual last dedication prayers, I'll recite the prayer from Shantideva's Bodhisattva's Way of Life. Particularly beautiful prayer, I think. May all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, attain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored upon finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth and those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments, whatever disease there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be free. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. As long as space remains, as long as transmigrated beings remain, until then may two remain to dispel the suffering of transmigrated beings. The dedication verses. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not incline but increase more and more. Samsara and nirvana, like even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect independent arising, are unbetrayed. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary, not contradictory. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all their sicknesses, and may all the sicknesses without exception of transmigrated beings never occur again. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. And by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. By the force of this virtuous one Tsongkhapa, acting as my direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all my lives, may I never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. May I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of the victorious one Losang Drapa, who lived an eminent life, and now with pure morality, a brave heart enduring the bodhisattva's extensive deeds, and the yoga of the two stages, the supreme transcendental wisdom of non-dual bliss and emptiness. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines of wood and the forest, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings, and as they like, without resistance. May I hold sentient beings as dear as my life. May sentient beings hold me most dear. May all negative karma ripen upon me. May all my virtue ripen upon them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. By merely seeing, hearing, thinking about, or remembering me, as well as by touching on me or talking to me, may all suffering instantly be pacified. May there be happiness forever. Due to all the past, present, and future merits click by me, the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty, existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side. And all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side, that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. For the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, may you have a long life. May all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. For the long life of Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who hold the seduous moral way, serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones. Saviour of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And that's the end of that session. Hello, Venerable Kadro. Long time no see.
Hey, how are you doing?
Very well, very well. How are things? You're in Dharamsala?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, really good here. Going into summer, so yeah. Nice change of weather.
It's a bit warmer for you.
Yeah, everything's coming out into bud and flower, and it's lovely. Yeah.
It's a very nice change of season. We don't quite get that same change here in Brisbane.
Yeah, that's right. You guys are going into winter, right?
Yes, but it's still warm. It's still about 30 degrees today.
Oh, okay. Okay, still a ways to go then.
Yes, so we'll get there.
Cool.
Thank you very much.
No worries.
And,
it was a nice session.
I'm so fortunate to be able to participate in this. Very, 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 very fortunate. It really changes my whole day.
Yeah, same. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, very much so.
Must be quite early in the morning there for you.
Oh, it's only 8 o'clock. It's not too bad. I've been up for a few hours, so yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
I'll see you around.
Catch up in a couple of weeks, maybe. See you.
Yeah. Okay. Hello from Cloud Ganj, everybody. I'm Annie Kadre, and yeah, I'm in India. I'm in the Cloud Ganj. It's about 8 o'clock here. It's the weather, as I was saying to Venerable Gyalpo, it's quite warm. It's warming up, coming out of winter. Not that we had much of a winter. I went for a trek in the forest yesterday, and everything is coming into bloom, and the rhododendrons are just sort of bursting out of their trees, and the rhododendron flowers that is. And then this morning, I think at about 7, I heard a very familiar whoop whoop from a police car outside, and I think for the first time in a bit over a year, His Holiness left his we struggled to get the right word, left his house and went somewhere. I don't know where he went, but the photos on the streets here when His Holiness leaves, particularly now because we haven't seen him in person for such a long time. The streets were just lined with Tibetans offering katas and, 2-3 deep. It was really marvelous. Yeah, it was very marvelous. Great way to start a Saturday morning. And also there are reports that His Holiness will be getting the vaccination soon here at his residence. So quite fortunate. And the people above 60 here in McLeod Ganj are able to get the first round of the vaccinations as well. So, there's some movement on the vaccine front here. And yeah, not saying it's a fantastic situation in India, because down south there's a particular variant that's starting to gear up again and infect a lot of people. So, we think always mindful of them. We think of them and everywhere else in the world where the vaccine or the virus rather is spreading and affecting people still. And long-term as well, the more we read about it, the more long-term effects there are from having COVID. Anyway, so we'll get into the practice now. So some of you may have been listening for a while, and if that's the case, then no problems, you might already be focused, but I've done a few things before I started this session, so I just want to take a little bit of time to calm my mind. So I'm just becoming aware of my body to get present and grounded. And then when I feel present, together we can reflect on who we're doing this practice for. Like Venerable Gompo and I was saying, being able to lead a session is really precious, because it, for me anyway, it opens up my heart. In the morning, I really get to focus on how my actions can benefit others. Let's think about how this practice can benefit others. I've been doing the practice for long enough now. Let's just bring to mind how it benefits others. And we can also visualize all the sentient beings that we're doing this for. Not just those that we know really well, that we've read about in the paper, who are ill, but all the sentient beings that we don't normally think about, that fall off our horizon. They too are affected by the COVID, by any mental and physical illness that brings them suffering. We're going to spend the next hour doing this practice so that, if not now, in the future, soon, quickly, that suffering will pass, that suffering will be exhausted. So generate this really strong, great conviction from your heart. And to help us do this, let's visualize forearm Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion, embodiment of compassion, above our heads, just above here. Whatever size is manageable for you, for your visualization. And his body is full of white light. And that light itself is compassion, unconditional compassion. And as Chenrezig is there above our head, from Chenrezig's heart, from Chenrezig's presence, that compassion is radiated everywhere. And it's infinite, so it never runs out. And then, like His Holiness the Karmapa says, before we have compassion for others, we need to make sure that we have compassion for ourselves. So from the body of Chenrezig down through the tops of our heads, that compassion comes and fills us up, meeting any need that we have ourselves, and washing away any hesitations or doubts. And with each breath, our bodies become more and more full of that compassionate light. As we breathe in, the compassion grows in us. And then from our hearts, that compassion goes out to all those sentient beings that we visualized beforehand, all the sentient beings that we're doing this practice for. And just be mindful it's infinite compassion. You know, it comes from Chenrezig, so we will never run out of it. We will never be left exhausted. And our capacity to generate this compassion is great. And as each sentient being receives that compassion from us, their own suffering is pierced and shattered and broken, and it goes away. So maintaining that visualization, I'm just going to read out a short poem that I read this morning by Thich Nhat Hanh that I thought was very suitable. His words, Thich Nhat Hanh, you know, as a Bodhisattva, Buddha, however you choose to see him. Just maintain that visualization. Just read out the poem, reflect on the words and so forth. So it's a poem on peace and compassion. And Thich Nhat Hanh writes, "Let us be at peace with our bodies and our minds. Let us return to ourselves and become wholly ourselves. Let us be aware of the source of being, common to us all and to all living things. Evoking the presence of the great compassion, Let us fill our hearts with our own compassion towards ourselves and towards all living beings. Let us pray that we ourselves cease to be the cause of suffering to each other. With humility, with awareness of the existence of life and of the sufferings that are going on around us, let us practice the establishment of peace in our hearts and on earth. So with that, let's start the practice itself. Just switch screens. So first of all, we're going to do the motivation, and we'll say the motivation 7 times. Just excuse me for a sec. And then we'll go into the actual prayer. And I'm with you for an hour today, be that good or bad. And so we got a bit of time to do the prayers, and we don't have to rush. Nice dedication at the end and that sort of thing. Okay. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And we'll just say that just 3 more times, I think. It's good for us to say this many, many times. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Okay. So we'll go on to Mani Padme Hum, and we'll recite this maybe for 8 or 10 minutes or so. And I like to stop every now and then once a few recitations have been done, so I can refocus my mind. I'm pretty ordinary. I get distracted, and maybe you guys are the same too. Maybe not. So yeah. So just remember that visualization of Chenrezig, the compassion in our own hearts being full, that compassion exiting from our hearts, this endless flow goes out to all those sentient beings who this practice is for. And with each syllable as we recite Om Mani Padme Hum, that flow of compassion just continues again and again and again. And as it reaches those sentient beings, their suffering, it's chipping away at their suffering, reducing their suffering until it is completely gone. We want to maintain that visualization with some pretty strong conviction from our hearts. That's the power of the practice. Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Pema, amane pema, amane pema, amane pema. Amane pema, amane pema, amane pema. Amane pema, amane pema, amane pema, amane pema, amane pema. Amane pema, amane pema, amane pema, amane pema, amane pema. Once a few mala is done, I'm going to check in with my concentration and my visualization. And about this time, I like to particularly bring to mind those sentient beings that are a condition for strong aversion to arise in my mind. And I'm sure we all have those triggers and so forth. I like to focus on them so that I can overcome my own self-cherishing sooner rather than later, and open up my heart to these people or sentient beings, and have genuine compassion for them. I like to visualize them directly in front of me. So perhaps you can do this too. Amani pema, 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 amani pema. Amani pema, 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 amani pema. Amani pema, amani pema, amani pema, amani pema, amani pema, amani pema. Amani pema, amani pema, amani pema, amani pema. Amani pema, amani pema. Amani pema, amani pema, amani pema, amani pema. Amani pema, amani pema, amani pema. Amani pema, amani pema, amani pema, amani pema. Amani pema, amani pema, amani pema, amani pema. Amani pema, amani pema, amani pema. Amani pema, amani pema. Amani pema, 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 amani pema, amani pema. Amani Padma, Amani Padma. Amani Padma, 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 Amani Padma, Amani Padma, Amani Padma, Amani Padma. Amani Padma, Amani Padma, Amani Padma, Amani Padma. Amani Padma, Amani Padma, Amani Padma, Amani Padma. Amani Padma, Amani Padma. Amani Padma, Amani Padma, Amani Padma, Amani Padma, Amani Padma. So let's just take a chance again to refocus our minds, refocus our visualization, reflect on our motivation during the practice. The stronger our motivation is, the less likely it is that we'll be distracted while doing the practice. And this time, when we do the next few mala recitations, I myself, for me, I'm going to be visualizing all the sentient beings again. Trying to make that as wide as possible, as far as the horizon. Amani Padma, Amani Padma, Amani Padma. Amani Padma, Amani Padma. Omni Padme, Omni Padme, Omni Padme. Omni Padme, Omni Padme, Omni Padme. Omni Padme. Omni Padme, Omni Padme. Omni Padme, 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 Omni Padme, Omni Padme, Omni Padme. Omni Padme, Omni Padme. Omni Padme, Omni Padme. Omni Padme, Omni Padme. Omni Padme, 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 Omni Padme. Will this be our last mala recitation for Omni Padme? Omni Padme, Omni Padme, Omni Padme. Omni Padme, Omni Padme, Omni Padme. Omni Padme, Omni Padme, Omni Padme, Omni Padme, Omni Padme. Omni Padme, Omni Padme, Omni Padme, Omni Padme. Omni Padme, Omni Padme, Omni Padme. Omni Padme, Omni Padme. Okay, so let us go to the actual prayer itself. So we'll recite this, a few times. I'll let you reflect on the meaning of the words, and during the recitation of Amani Pema Win, focus on that visualization of the light and so forth. Whereas now, when I recite the prayer myself, I like to think of how what the prayer means for sentient beings. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakini, star protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realm of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, and the 424 diseases, and so forth. Now, whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, down protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions not occur, such as harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leaving an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, and the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, down protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. And whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, and the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, down protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, down protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So this will be our last recitation of the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, and the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, down protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we've completed that practice now. And in a minute, we'll move on to dissolving the visualization, reflecting on emptiness and dedicating. But let's now just take a moment to do some rejoicing. As Lama Zopa Rinpoche says, rejoicing is the easiest way for us to create merit. And having just done this offering, this practice for quite some time, we want to rejoice in that. So we'll begin with rejoicing in our own merits and the merits of all those who are involved in this prayer-a-thon, including the people who are supporting with IT, people at Chenrezig, those who are organising the schedule, keeping us up to date, encouraging people to lead sessions, who are following, of course, each monk and nun who lead the sessions themselves. Rejoice in the efforts that they're making, every single week, and how it's benefiting other sentient beings. But also that we're fulfilling the advice of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, our spiritual director and our teacher. So let's rejoice in all of that. And let's cast our mind a little wider to every single sentient being who's working to help their fellow sentient beings, Buddhist and non-Buddhist. Everybody does their part, everybody's trying in their own way. Now let's rejoice in merit of all the teachers, again, Buddhist and non-Buddhist, who are helping sentient beings, working to help their students become better practitioners, to live with compassion and understanding. All the teachers around the world, in all forms. And then let's rejoice in the merits of all those higher beings, again, Buddhist and non-Buddhist, who are working effortlessly every single day, every single moment to bring sentient beings suffering and closer to enlightenment. One example of a non-Buddhist right now is the Pope in Iraq. Either now or today or tomorrow, he's leading a session in which is the supposed birthplace of the Prophet Abraham. And he does so that he can help all the humans, all the sentient beings around the world. And we have our own, of course, all the lamas, all the teachers, the great high teachers that are helping us Let's take a moment to rejoice in their tireless efforts and how we benefit from them. So we can start meditations. Okay. May all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of our merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing and the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth and those weak with sorrow find joy. May the fallen find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain, until then, may I too remain to dispel the suffering of transmigratory beings. So we're going to do prayer to seal with emptiness. So first of all, let's just take a moment, bring to mind whatever emptiness, whatever understanding you have of emptiness. When we seal it with emptiness, we're preventing our merit from being destroyed by anger. Anger is pretty common for us ordinary beings. So bring to mind that understanding of emptiness that you have. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are empty, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. And just before we do the long life prayers, let's dissolve a visualization. So on top of our heads, the four-armed Chenrezig is body of white light. That body dissolves and that white light is what remains. The white light comes down through the tops of our heads and enters our hearts. And there it will stay. So that for the rest of the day, whatever interaction we have, whoever it may be, that interaction is going to be infused with that great compassion. Every thought, every word that we speak will be infused with that great compassion. Okay, long life breaths. His Holiness, Savior of the land of snow teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion. The lotus holder Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech. May all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Front, I apologize. In the land encircled by snow mountains, you are the source of all happiness and good. All powerful Chenrezig, Tenzin Gyatso. Please remain until samsara ends. Long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche. you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Majanta's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones. Live on. Okay, thank you for joining me today. I hope you have a wonderful day. And it's Elsa. Hey.
Hey, we're getting a regular gig now.
That's right. That's right.
Okay, thank you very much.
No worries. You have a good.
Enjoy your week. So, greetings from a still steamy Chenrezig Institute, where we've just had a tropical downpour, which has stopped now, but all it's done is increase the humidity, which feels like close to 100%. So begin the practice by generating a strong positive motivation for doing it. So you can begin by thinking of all the millions of people around the world who've not only contracted COVID-19, but have been affected by it in other ways. And so think that you're doing this practice for their benefit, as well as for the benefit of all other living beings. And so to do the practice in the best way, then start by generating a strong mind of compassion, this precious wish to free others from suffering and the causes of suffering, their negative karma and delusions. So here you can think of relieving all these people affected by COVID-19, just also remembering that this is just one, in some ways, one small problem among myriads of problems that are experienced by sentient beings. And that while it's important for people to have good health and long life so that they can do positive things, it's not the most important thing. The most important thing is being able to purify the causes of their suffering. And so think that you're doing this practice with a strong thought of compassion, wishing to free all living beings from all their suffering and the causes of their suffering, their negative karma and delusions. And also with a strong mind of loving kindness, this wish to bring others happiness and the causes of happiness, to positive thoughts and actions. So again, not thinking in a small temporary way, not just thinking of relieving all these beings from the suffering of COVID-19 or from their other problems and bringing them happiness. And again, not just the temporary happiness of having good health or a long life, but wishing to bring them ultimate happiness, a happiness that lasts forever, is unchanging, that never changes back into suffering. So here you can think of bringing them liberation from samsara, from the suffering existence, but also more importantly, bringing them the peerless happiness of full enlightenment, which is the realization of the full potential of the mind, where all the faults of the mind, all the mistakes of the mind have been purified or removed, and all the positive qualities, all the realizations have been fully developed. So on the basis of this strong thought of compassion, this strong thought of loving kindness, then you generate the special mind of bodhicitta, where you wish to become enlightened, a fully enlightened being, not for yourself, not just to solve your own problems and bring happiness to yourself, but to solve the problems of all other living beings and bring them happiness, and not just temporary, transient happiness, but the peerless happiness of full enlightenment. So think that it's for this reason, for the benefit of all other living beings, that you're going to engage in Thangtong Gyalpo's practice. So just beginning with the special refuge verse composed by Thangtong Gyalpo, which we'll recite 7 times. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha.
We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So now we'll recite Mani, the mantra of Chenrezig, Buddha of Compassion. So if you have the initiation, then you can visualize yourself either as 4-arm Chenrezig or as 1,000-arm Chenrezig. Otherwise, you can simply visualize Chenrezig on the crown of your head. So just visualize that healing white light rays come from the heart of you as Chenrezig or from the heart of the Chenrezig on your head with a tiny replica of Chenrezig on the tip of each ray. This goes to the crown of each and every single person who has contracted COVID-19. Healing white light rays descend, purifying not only COVID-19, but more importantly, the causes of COVID-19, negative karma and delusions, and transforming each of those people who have contracted COVID-19 into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of Compassion, a fully enlightened being. So think of the articles you've read or the news clips that you've seen with examples of people all around the world, those in ICU units, those in ordinary hospital beds, those at home. Think also of the people who are recovering from COVID-19. They're no longer in the acute phase of the disease, but there are many symptoms that linger for a long time. Think of the many people in aged care facilities who are particularly vulnerable to this disease. And so as you recite the Mani, do the visualization of sending out those healing light rays with the Chenrezig on the tip. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. So rejoice, feeling happiness from your heart that through your visualization, you've sent out healing white light rays to every single one of the millions of people around the world who contracted COVID-19, whether they're in the acute phase or in the recovery phase. And that you've purified them, not only the cause of COVID-19, not only of COVID-19, sorry, but the cause of COVID-19, their negative karma and delusions, and transform them into the aspect of the fully enlightened being, Chenrezig, the Buddha of Compassion. So Just feel happy from your heart that even at the level of this visualization, that you've had to wish to relieve the suffering of all those millions of people around the world who've contracted COVID-19. So next, bring strongly to mind all the millions of people around the world, frontline workers who are caring for those with COVID-19. So you can think of the millions of people working in hospitals all around the world, whether it's doctors, nurses, porters, cleaners, cooks, with thousands of workers in each large hospital. Think of the ambulance drivers. Think of the people at home who are caring for family or friends who've contracted COVID-19. Think of the many people working in the quarantine hotels. Just think of the millions of people around the world, frontline workers, who are putting themselves in danger to take care of those who've contracted COVID-19. The anxiety they're feeling, the exhaustion, the physical and mental hardships, and the added anxiety they have about taking the disease home to their families. To the point where I read an article about some of the ambulance drivers, paramedics in America who are actually sleeping in their cars rather than risk taking the disease home to their families. So again, from the heart of you as Chenrezig, or from the heart of the Chenrezig on your crown, you send out healing white light rays. The tiny replica of Chenrezig on the tip goes to the crown of each of those frontline workers. Healing light rays descend, purifying them of all their physical and mental hardships, and more importantly, of the cause of their hardships, their negative karma and delusions, and transforming them into the aspect of the fully enlightened being, Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. So just do this visualization as you recite the manis. Om Mani Padme Hum.
There's so much still I don't know. About what? What's okay and what's not okay. We'll check that out.
Om Mani Padme Hum. So again, rejoice, feeling happiness from your heart, that through your visualization, you've been able to relieve the mental and physical hardships of all those frontline workers around the world who are taking care of those with COVID-19. More importantly, you've been able to purify them of the cause of their sufferings, their negative karma and delusions, and transform them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. So next, bring to mind all the millions and millions of people around the world who are grieving because they've lost someone, either family or friend, to COVID-19 during this pandemic. So they estimate that for each person, there are at least 10 other people who are grieving their loss. Think in particular the articles you've read about the mass graves in countries like Brazil and even America. And sometimes there's no identifying mark for the family to know where their loved one is buried. So bringing all those grieving people vividly to mind, then from your heart as Chenrezig, or from the heart of the Chenrezig on your crown, send out healing white light rays with a tiny replica of Chenrezig on the tip, goes to the crown of each of those grieving people. White light rays descend, pacifying their sufferings of sorrow and grief, their feelings of loss, More importantly, purifying them of the causes of all that sorrow and grief, their negative karma and delusions, and transforming them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion, a fully enlightened being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. So again, rejoice, feeling happiness from your heart through your visualization. You're being able to relieve all those millions of people grieving around the world, to pacify their sense of loss, their grief at having lost loved ones, whether family or friends. And more importantly, you've been able to purify them of the cause of their suffering, negative karma and delusions, and transform them into the fully enlightened being Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. So now bring to mind all the millions and millions of people all around the world in every country who are experiencing various hardships, whether physical or mental, as a result of this pandemic, perhaps not even having contact with anyone who's contracted the disease, but because of the difficulties in terms of social isolation, lockdowns, and people are experiencing increased level of anxiety, increased levels of depression, of suicide, of self-harm. People are also very anxious about the economic situation. People have lost jobs and have lost security in relation to their jobs. Think of the families who are caught in cycles of domestic violence that have been exacerbated because of this pandemic and the enforcement of social isolation. So bring vividly to mind all these millions of people around the world who are experiencing mental and physical hardships because of this pandemic. Then from the heart of you as Chenrezig, or from the heart of the Chenrezig on your crown, send out healing white light rays with a tiny replica of Chenrezig on the tip that goes to the crown of each of those suffering beings. White light rays descend, purifying each of them, not only of their immediate problems, but more importantly of the cause of their problems, their negative karma and delusions, and transforming them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So again, rejoice, feeling happiness from your heart, that through your visualization, you've been able to purify all these millions and millions of people around the world, not only of their immediate hardships and suffering, but of the cause of those sufferings, their negative karma and delusions, and transform them into the aspect of the fully enlightened being, Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. So then finally, bringing as vividly to mind as you can, all sentient beings, all suffering beings in all the 6 realms. If you're not familiar with the 6 realms, then simply concentrate on the realms that you can see directly, the human and the animal realms. Bring to mind the myriads of sufferings experienced in those 2 realms or in the 6 realms, thinking of the particular sufferings in each realm and the general sufferings of samsara, this suffering cycle of existence. And just remembering that while we're focusing so much on COVID-19 and have been for this past year or so, that even among diseases, it's just one of many thousands of diseases. Even among problems that are experienced in the human realm, it's just one among so many others. So from the heart of you as Chenrezig, or from the heart of the Chenrezig on your crown, send out healing white light rays with a tiny replica of Chenrezig on the tip. Goes to the crown of each and every living being in all 6 realms. Healing white light rays descend, purifying every single one of those living beings of all their suffering, and more importantly, of the cause of their suffering, their negative karma and delusions, and transforming each and every one of them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So again, rejoicing, feeling happiness from your heart, that through this visualization, sending out healing white light rays, Chenrezig, Buddha of compassion on the tip, that you've been able to purify all sentient beings, every single living being in the 6 realms, not only from all their mental and physical sufferings, but from the causes of those sufferings, their negative karma and delusions, and that you've brought every single one of them to the enlightened state of a Buddha, in particular, the Buddha of compassion, Chenrezig. So now we'll recite the actual prayer of liberating Sakya from disease. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Graha spirits, illnesses and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that hum suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Graha spirits, illnesses and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that hum suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Gaha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Gaha spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Gaha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Gaha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Gaha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings that they have placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance of power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now just dedicating any positive energy, any merit we've created by doing this practice to the following goals as outlined in chapter 10 of Shantideva's A Guide to the Bodhisattva's Way of Life. Through the virtue of having participated in this practice, may all living beings come to engage in the Bodhisattva's conduct. May all beings everywhere plagued with sufferings of body and mind obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. For as long as they remain in psychic existence, may their mundane happiness never decline, and may all of them uninterruptedly receive waves of joy from bodhisattvas. May the blind see forms, may the deaf hear sound, and just as it was with Maya Devi, may pregnant women give birth without any pain. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food, may the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy, may the forlorn find new hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their illness, and may every disease in the world, especially COVID-19, never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, may people think of benefiting one another. May no living creature ever suffer, commit wrong, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled, or their minds ever be depressed. In all temples and monasteries, may reading and recitation flourish and remain. May the Sangha always be in harmony, and may their purposes be accomplished. May sentient beings again and again make offerings to all the Buddhas, and may they constantly be joyful with the inconceivable bliss of the Buddhas. Just as they intended, may the Bodhisattvas fulfill the welfare of the world, and may all sentient beings receive whatever the Buddhas have intended for them. For as long as space endures, and for as long as living beings remain, until then may I too abide to dispel the misery of the world. So thank you very much. Who's next?
Good morning, Venerable. How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
Not too bad. Not too bad. It's nice and quiet here in the UK. Nice and early.
Okay. Which part of the UK are you in, Dante?
South Coast at the moment, Sussex. It's about an hour away from London.
Okay. Okay.
You keeping well? Weather good?
Yes.
No bushfires? Yes. No flooding? No hail?
No, we've got a different weather system this year, so there's more rain and a little cooler. So
that makes a change.
It does, yeah.
If it rains, there's less dust.
Yes. Also. Actually, we're in a subtropical region, so dust isn't such a problem.
Mm-hmm. Oh, bless. Yeah.
Okay. Enjoy the
All
practice.
right. Thank you very much. Thank you for leading the session, Venerable. Good morning, everyone. My name is Damchu. I'm based in the UK. A big thank you to all the wonderful Sangha community who's already led prayers this morning. Well, this morning for me, yeah, anyway. So wherever you are, good day, good morning, good evening, good night. Big thank you to Chenrezig Institute for hosting us so diligently. Now we're in week, 33, 34. We started back August 1st. Hello, Margot. Hello. Who's that next to you? Hi. Sorry?
Sharon?
Sharon. Good morning, Sharon.
Yeah.
I don't think I've met you yet.
No, probably not.
Ah. See, so these are the wonderful people in the background we don't get to see very often. So they don't get all the praise they deserve for making sure that all the centers are running, the lines are working.
So, yeah. Nathan does the graveyard shift. He does the all-night shift. So we should especially appreciate his dedication.
Yes, this is the thing, people, forget that it's a 24-hour event and it really needs manning. And some, it's wonderful to see people giving so much of their time freely. And it's just wonderful. So thank you very much to everyone out there. And it's lovely to meet you, Sharon.
You too.
Yeah, you look after these guys and you guys look after her. Anyway, be well. So, yeah, these are the wonderful people that make prayerathon possible. And we often see just the folks on the screen, but there's so many behind the people who keep the tech going, the lines open for Zoom and YouTube and all the office staff and all the wonderful, wonderful people who support the centers, you know, through giving their time and making sure that teachings can take place and events are being set up. So we have to recognize them, and you know, it's wonderful. It's wonderful to have them on board. I mean, I could be sitting here just on my own. So we're very appreciative of all what they do. So wherever you are in this world and whatever your motivation for joining the prayers, thank you for being here. And it's always a joy to be part of this event. And let me just change the view a little bit here. Get rid of distraction. There you go. What have I done now? Stop video. No, we don't want that. What have I done now? Let's help you. There you go. I don't know what I've done now. Hey. No. Anyway, I've done something to my screen. I don't know what I've done. Don't worry about it. It's exit full screen. There you go. That's it. And so yeah, it's let's just start. We've got about an hour left. So with me, and let's take just a few moments to settle the mind and just feel the breath, how the air just flows over the tip of your nose, goes up the nose, around the bend, through the nasal oral cavity, down the windpipe, and then separates into the two lungs, branches off. Just feel how the lungs inflate, the left and the right. Feel how the air gets to the bottom and how the lungs inflate. The chest expands. And just breathe naturally. Just pay attention to the air, how it flows. And then when your lungs are full, just feel how the lungs expand. And when the chest is really sort of nice and full, the lungs are full, the chest that is most expansion, just hold there for a second. And then just let go naturally and feel how the air flows out in the opposite direction. And we do that for, a few breaths. And just stay with it, with the sensation here and now. So whatever our motivation for us to be here today, whether we're here because we're part of the practice, following Lama Zopa's advice, whether we just like to do these practices within a community setting, although it's virtual right now, or then maybe in the centers, depending where you are. Whether you're just curious as to what we do, why we do these prayers and what's involved. You may be here because you just need a break from the confusing world we're living in right now. So much is happening with COVID, job securities, political developments around the world. The fast pace of, trying to keep up with everything. The constant flow of social media that bombards us 24/7. It's just nice to get a break from it. You may also be here because you had experience of the pandemic in a more direct way than maybe others, because you had family or friends who have been sick, maybe even passed away. You may have been ill yourself. You may have been caring for for those who have been affected. You may have experienced hardships throughout because of lack of work, finding yourself suddenly, under lockdown, unable to move freely. And we are creatures of habit. We like to be able to do things. And suddenly we're just confined to the house, the flat. Then you envy those who had a balcony or garden or patio or whatever, just to have that little outside space. And that can be quite an experience in itself. Also finding yourself alone with your own thought when we live in a society that's very much focused on busy, busy, busy. We do. We don't sit down and think. Spending time thinking on the sofa, how dare you? Don't waste time. So that's really the modern motto, just do, go out, work. Keeping up with the Joneses, that sort of stuff. I've had friends who were very busy on the outside, and then when the lockdown kicked in, didn't really know what to do with themselves. It was a very traumatic experience for them. A year on, they found the balance somewhat, but some of them find it still very difficult, although restrictions are somewhat shifting with the vaccines arriving. You may also have worried about, income flow. Not maybe being able to pay your bills because you're self-employed and there's no support. Or you may have been on a 0-hour contract. You're thinking about, should you be going to work to earn the money when you have, family members so vulnerable? Should you expose yourself earning the money to support the family but bringing the potential risk in? So there have been many, many conflicting situations within the pandemic. And again, we forget those who struggle with those decisions. Do you do the right thing and stay at home, protect the family this way, by not risking, bringing the pandemic into your home? On the other hand, you have to feed, the little ones, pay the bills. Definitely confusing times, causing hardship. And then if we don't communicate well, because again, we want to protect maybe others, we might find we have a situation that creates arguments. We also may be, short-fused even before the pandemic, and now we find ourselves in very difficult situations. We find that there's domestic violence, which definitely has increased over the last year. It's definitely been a challenging year on many, many levels. It's not just, dealing with the virus itself. It's also what comes with it. The fear of the virus, the side effects of the virus, even if they don't affect your health in a physical way. All the stuff, how it changes the environment we live in, the way we live. But His Holiness, whatever your hardships are, remember, it's temporary. However long it will come to an end. His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama has a wonderful quote and saying, never give up. No matter what is going on, never give up. Develop the heart. Too much energy in your country is spent developing the mind instead of the heart. Be compassionate, not just to your friends, but to everyone. Be compassionate. Work for peace in your heart and in the world. Work for peace. And again, I say, never give up, no matter what is happening, no matter what is going on around you, never give up. And we recognize that in the same way we don't like to suffer, and how that suffering can change our way of thinking, communicating, and acting. You know, even with the ones we love. You know, we must recognize that others may be in the same situation. So when somebody says a harsh word against us, ignores us, comes across as short-fused, do we recognize their suffering as well? The suffering that we have experienced, you know, comes through the actions of our body, speech, and mind. Thoughts, words, actions. You know, the changes of the body through aging and illness. And it's not just, it goes for every sentient being. Suffering does exist, and we're trying to live a life that is free of suffering. We want it for ourselves, we want it for our families, we want it for our friends. But as we have recognized, all sentient beings are in the same situation. Not one of them wants to suffer. So in essence, we are the same. It's just the outer appearances that differentiate us. But that's purely superficial. So let's recognize all sentient beings as family. Let's recognize them as the mothers of previous lifetimes, this lifetime and future lifetimes. And likewise, we have been mothers to them over the 3 times. So if we call upon the mother sentient beings shortly, where the motivation says, all sentient beings, my mothers were infinite like space. Remember that there are 7 billion people in this world alone in human form. Many, many more animals and insects that we can see. Then we have all the other realms that we easily forget about. Too many to count. But in whatever form, whatever realm, all these beings want to be free from suffering. If you visualize in front of us our guru in the form of Chenrezig, if you had the initiations, please feel free to self-generate. If you haven't, just visualize the guru in the space in front of you, above the crown of your head. If you're joining us from a different faith, then just visualize the deity that you associate the most with love and compassion. If you're following us from a more general spiritual path, and don't want to visualize deities, just visualize a clear light and space in front of you above the crown of your head. Let's visualize how from the Guru's heart and body, light emanates in all 10 directions. And each light beam finding one of the infinite number of sentient beings, entering their bodies through the crown of their heads, filling them with love, compassion, and purifying light nectar. And the Guru doesn't differentiate between friend and foe and all those in between. All the Guru sees are sentient beings who do not want to suffer, do not wish to experience suffering, but want to live a life that's free from suffering and filled with happiness. And like the Guru, we need to change our mind. We shouldn't just focus on friends and family, wish them all the best and denying our enemies or perceived enemies, the same bliss. And we more often than not forget about all those beings in between those two groups, those that we don't have much association with because we didn't get to know them in any form or shape. But they all have the same value. Like us, none of them want to suffer. And hence we rejoice that the Guru finds each and every sentient being, wherever they are, whatever realm. And as we visualize the light entering the bodies of those sentient beings and our own, we visualize how the light purifies away all negative karma and delusions of past lifetimes. Cleansing each and every single atom and the space between those atoms in our bodies. We call upon all Mother Sentient Beings to join us now and as we recite the motivation and the refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having called upon all Mother Sentient Beings to join us in taking refuge in the Guru deity, the Guru is pleased and smiles upon us. And as he smiles, we can feel the purifying light nectar intensifying more and more, cleansing away more and more of the negative karma and delusions of past lifetimes. We recognize that it was body, speech, and mind that kept us in samsara for all those lifetimes, the actions of which have caused harm to ourselves and to others. And body, speech, and mind are represented by Om. But Om also represents the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Guru deity. It is through the kindness and purifying actions of the Guru deity that suffering can be overcome, and we can be of maximum benefit to others. But in order to achieve that state of the Guru deity, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padme, and combining them in Om, so that we can transform our mind and body and speech into that of the essence of the Guru. So as we recite the Mani mantra, we keep on visualizing how light is being exchanged between ourselves and the Guru deity. How with cleansing of every atom of our bodies in the space in between, we start to glow, being filled with more and more light until the body can hold no more and exchanges itself with the Guru deity, sending right rays back and forth between ourselves and the Guru. And we then begin to exchange light with all other sentient beings wherever they are. And as more and more beings join us in a pure state, more and more light is being exchanged. And the darkness of negative karma and delusions and afflictions of the mind is being dispelled, like a glorious sunrise dispelling the darkness of the night. We're going to recite the mantra out loud a few times, and then about 5-10 minutes on breath. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Having called upon all mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge in the Guru deity, so that we may be liberated from all sorts of sufferings and delusions. And through the great kindness of the compassion of the Guru itself, and having recited many Mani mantras, we may see ourselves and all other sentient beings now purified from all those previous negative karma. We'll try to hold on to that pure state for as long as we possibly can, depending on our skill level. It may just be for the next few minutes while reciting these prayers. Maybe to the end of the day, the end of the week, the end of the months, the year, lifetimes, depending on your skill set. And if we have moments where we recognize that we've come off the pure path, we just reset, never give up. Keep the motivation at heart pure. Recognize when you trip up, dust yourself off, carry on. So if we call now upon the great Mother Tara to join us and removing any obstacles that may come our way, for this practice and any other projects we may have in the pipeline. And the Tara mantra has been recommended by His Holiness. So when we recite the Tara mantra, we're not just reciting for the removal of any obstacles. And the Great Mother Tara, the Liberator, will come, spring into action to help us. But we also recognize, giving the advice of His Holiness, that when we recite this mantra, this precious mantra, that we may dedicate also to His Holiness's long life as we recite. So if you visualize in front of us the Great Mother Tara, emerald green in color, light emanates from her body in all 10 directions, and each light being found in one of the infinite number of sentient beings who are on their path of their own little obstacles to clear. And we recognize again that Om represents body, speech, and mind of the deity, in this case, the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of Tara. Tara liberates us from samsara. Tara liberates us from the 8 fears of ignorance, hatred, attachment, pride, jealousy, wrong view, doubt, and miserliness. And Tura liberates us from diseases and illnesses, both physical and mental. So as we recite one round of the Tara mantra, we visualize as the light goes out, from the deity to ourselves and all other sentient beings, how these aspects are being purified, cleansed away. So we chant a few out loud and then the rest on breath. Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re So. 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 Om Tare Tu Tare. Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re So. Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re So. Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re So. 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 Tare Tu Tare. Tare Tu Tare Re So. Tare Tu Tare. Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re So. Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re So. Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re So. So, having purified ourselves and removed all obstacles, we now call upon the guardians to join us, and to make up a good team. We are calling on Vajrapani, and as we recite the Vajrayana, as we recite the Vajra mantra, the Vajrayana mantra, visualize how you're putting on a protective suit. Either think about doing battle with the virus, with the pandemic and negative forces that way, or how we even just in theater wear a protective gown. The surgeon wears a protective gown to protect himself from any bugs or germs coming from the patient, but also likewise, protecting the patient from anything the surgeon may still be carrying, despite his best efforts of having gone through proper preparation and cleansing. So there is no contradiction in that respect. So the armor is two-way. And despite their appearances, we should recognize those guardians as our friends and family who keep us on the straight and narrow, so that our actions don't cause any harm to ourselves and others, but also likewise, that we don't come to harm by the actions of other beings as well. So if we visualize in front of us a ferocious-looking dark blue Vajrapani, with his 2 feet stretched out, he holds a Vajra in the right hand and a snake lasso in the left. His body is ablaze with transcendental wisdom fire. In this body, from his body are admitted fire garudas, iron scorpions, black pigs, wind, fire, and noxious vapors of poisonous gases, which like violent winds and hailstorm destroy all disease, epidemics, spirits, harm, and interferers. And again, His Holiness reminds us that we don't intend to destroy the being itself. We're destroying the motivation, the root causes, the root seeds of all the motivations and actions and subsequent outcomes of those actions that have negative connotations. And by doing so, allowing the being to generate a more positive motivation, mindset, speech and action that then results in the liberation of that being, breaking the cycle. So recite the Vajrayana mantra 7 times. And as you recite, stand tall, stand confident, don't waver, it's and visualize how you're putting on your protective suit. In this case, Vajrayana. Om Vajraped, Om Padmaswari, Ped, Nepashir, Negananta, Savarita, Hana Vajna, Raksha Soha, Om Vajraped, Om Padmaswari, Ped, Nepashir, Negananta, Savarita, Hana Vajna, Raksha Soha. Om Vajraped, Om Padmaswari, Ped, Nepashir, Negananta, Savarita, Hana Vajna, Raksha Soha. Om Vajraped, Om Padmaswari, Ped, Nepashir, Negananta, Savarita, Hana Vajna, Raksha Soha. Om Vajraped, Om Padmaswari, Ped, Nepashir, Negananta, Savarita, Hana Vajna, Raksha Soha. Om Vajraped, Om Padmaswari, Ped, Nepashir, Negananta, Savarita, Hana Vajna, Raksha Soha. Om Vajraped, Om Padmaswari, Ped, Nepashir, Negananta, Savarita, Hana Vajna, Raksha Soha. Om Vajraped, Om Padmaswari, Ped, Nepashir, Negananta, Savarita, Hana Vajna, Raksha Soha. Having put on the Vajra armor now, we are calling on Black Manjushri to complete the team. And Black Manjushri, I like to, think about him as the field medic. When you're out and about, when you do the battle, in this case with the pandemic, what if we didn't, put the arm on correctly and something got through? You would then, of course, also do first aid. That doesn't mean because he's just a field medic, first aider, he's of less value. On the contrary, ultimately he's a very important backup or member of the team, really. So again, despite the appearance, the wrathful face, we shouldn't fear him. We should embrace him, and we should value him, for his kindness, and his skill. So if you visualize a wrathful face with 3 eyes of Black Manjushri, in his 2 hands he holds a scripture in the left and a sword in the right, and he stands in a mass of fire, the flames of clear light emanating from his heart, pervading inside and out of all our bodies and the bodies of all sentient beings, purifying all negative karmas, obstructions, sickness, spirits, dangers, burning away all black magic, curses, and so forth. So again, we recite 7 times. Om tam chu chu su du chu su du mi su ningu la cha ka la cha kam shan tam be pe su ha. Om tam chu chu su du chu su du mi su ningu la cha ka la cha kam shan tam be pe su ha. Om tam chu chu su du chu su du mi su ningu la cha ka la cha kam shan tam be pe su ha. Om tam chu chu su du chu su ningu la cha ka la cha kam shan tam be pe su ha. Om tam chu chu su du chu su du mi su ningu la cha ka la cha kam shan tam be pe su ha. Om tam chu chu su du chu su du mi su ningu la cha ka la cha kam shan tam be pe su. Om tam chu chu su du chu su du mi su ningu la cha ka la cha kam shan tam be pe su. Having purified ourselves and all the sentient beings, have removed all obstacles, and having prepared ourselves by putting on the Vajra armor and and recited Blood Manjushri. And we're now coming to the main prayer. Let's have a quick look. 1:45, got 15 minutes, that's fine. We do 3 recitations of the actual prayer, now the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer. And as we recite the prayer with the purest of intentions and the kindness, the strength of the prayer, keep on visualizing how by reciting this prayer, all root causes of suffering, particularly this pandemic, are being eradicated. And although we may have destroyed the seeds, you might initially still see some aspects of the pandemic still at the surface. In the same way, when you cut a tree down, you may have separated it from the roots, but there will maybe still be a little bit of sap left within the tree trunk to sustain leaves on the branches for quite some time. So only because you may not see an immediate result, don't feel that prayer is not working. And if you generate enough collective merit, then we should see quite a few changes coming our way. So and if we look back, just when we started prayerathon back in August, so much has changed. If you look back when the pandemic actually has started a bit over a year ago, when we didn't even know anything about vaccines, how to best, treat the effects of the pandemic, the sick and those suffering. So much, has come forward. So much more has happened. So much more skill has been evolved. In the way we treat, in the way we now can, treat long term with vaccines. So don't give up, and remain positive. You never give up, as Hana says. Never give up. If when you're affected, never give up. If we resign, we take the energy away. In the same way, a lot of healing, positive healing is done by a positive mind. Just look at the sick in hospitals. You can have people with very life-threatening and life-limiting illnesses, but their mind is strong, their mind is positive. And then we sometimes get people with comparatively lesser, illness presentations, but because they're resigned, the consequences are much more dire. So the mind is a very powerful thing. So, stay positive, never give up, and believe in the power of the prayer. Okay. So recite 3 times. May all diseases in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of past beginners and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, so like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, may instant not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings who still there be implants inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God, spiritualness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, and the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interference, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 disease, the fall. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God, spiritualness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, and the means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clans of interference, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Visualize now how the effects of the pandemic have been totally reversed, how the sick have been restored to good health, those who passed beyond be reborn in favorable conditions, that those who have suffered, by whatever means, physical, mental, monetary, that they may be given whatever wealth and nourishment they need to restore themselves, to live a stable and healthy life that is filled with happiness, so that they may be able to take care of themselves and others around them, not just their family and friends, but all sentient beings. Okay. So if we now go for the dedications. May we dedicate wholeheartedly to all mother sentient beings. May they be free from suffering and its causes. And may we be the cause for them to be free of suffering and the causes of suffering. And may we be the ones who brings them the happiness that is free from suffering. May we dedicate to the precious Sangha community, not just those who take part in prayerathon and our own traditions, but all the Sangha who works tirelessly to keep the flame of the Dharma alive by giving teachings, leading practices and prayers, studying, not just here in the West, but also at all the monastic seats of great knowledge. May all our brothers and sisters have long and healthy lives. May they find enlightenment as quickly as possible. May they always account Buddha Dharma and this in all future lifetimes. May they never be far from a virtuous friend and a precious teacher. May we have the benefit of their company in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the wonderful lay community who through their kind action enables the Sangha to do their work by studying and teaching. The lay community gives so much of their time and effort and skill, and even by financial means to ensure that Dharma centers can run, publications can be translated and printed, and wonderful charitable projects can be actualized, and the wishes of our gurus be fulfilled. May they always meet the Buddha Dharma, this in all future lifetimes, and may they never stray from the path. May they always be close to the Sangha community and precious virtuous friends, and may they achieve enlightenment and long lives in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to our precious teachers and gurus who held our hands when we first took the steps on the path, not knowing where to turn to, wobbling like a young child, taking his first steps. Then guiding us, correcting us along the way, encouraging us to think more for ourselves whilst engaging in studies, always giving us the right advice at the right time. And sometimes that right advice was to say, no, don't do it. His Holiness says, sometimes not getting what we want is a stroke of luck, and our teachers know it. May our teachers have long and healthy lives. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we always be in their presence in this and all future lifetimes, and may we always have them as virtuous friend and benefit from their advice and guidance. May we particularly dedicate to His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, who has existed in exile for over 60 years now, has brought the Dharma to the West. A precious gift. Despite his existence in exile, His Holiness has maintained, a compassionate and kind heart, promoting the middle way, seeking dialogue over violence, encouraging the world to be more compassionate and kind-hearted, and not too absorbed in financial, material affairs that are purely driven by the mind, but engaging the heart. May His Holiness's wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may live a long and healthy life. May we be benefiting from His presence in this and all future lifetimes. May He continue to shine like the bright beacon that He is, guiding us in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who is well known for his great love and compassion towards all sentient beings, from the tiny stars to the sentient beings in all the other realms. May we remember that Lama Zopa gave us this wonderful task of engaging in the practice in a more meaningful way, having tasked us with this 24-hour prayerathon on a weekly basis, making sure that we are benefiting other sentient beings. What a great vision. May Lama Zopa live a long and healthy life, and may we benefit from his presence and advice in this and all future lifetimes. Due to all the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. due to all the mass of the 3 times collected by me, and the numbers Buddhas, and the numbers sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately. And may the perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may all sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numbers Buddhas and numbers sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. So we just have the time for the long life prayer for His Holiness and Lama Zopa. His Holiness first. Gangri rawe kubwe jingam de pandan dewa malu jungwe Chenrezig Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer Sinte Badu Gyalpo Lama Zopa. Tzu Chang Jing Yang Gun Gelwe Tenzing Kun Pelwe Kun Zo Dok Po Tse Chok Tsum Kwe Leg Mun Tu Dru Pa Dak Sok Du Je Gun Du Jap Ten Sho. Thank you, everyone who joined me this morning throughout the session. Thank you very much for everyone who joined sessions previously and now maybe joining other Sangha members like Venerable Tempa, who's unmistakably still in Kopan, I guess. How are you, Venerable?
Yeah, I'm fine. Very well. And you?
Yeah, not too bad. I see
Good
you
to
don't
see
wear
you.
the dagam. This must be warm over there. You're not wearing a dagam.
Yeah, spring has officially started, and the weather's a lot more comfortable now.
See?
Morning's still a little bit cool, but it's very nice and warm in the
It
day.
helps you wake up.
It's good. Yeah, refreshing start to the day.
Yes, it's always better to have a cooler night to get a good night's sleep.
Yeah. And is things good with you? Are you in Eastbourne still?
Yeah, I'm still in Eastbourne. Yeah. So it's I mean, at the moment, what they're doing, if you're trying to leave the country, if you're trying to fly out of the country now, the UK, you now have to, I think they fill in some extra form why you're actually traveling. So it's about a year late, but hey.
You're trying to avoid unnecessary travel?
They really, it's this sort of, I mean, they lost one, didn't they? They said if you don't fill in your forms correctly, you can get, was it £10,000 fine and, prison and whatever. And they lost one, didn't they?
Lost what?
One traveler came into the country. It's like they were tracking him down for the last few weeks. Who was it?
Well, he managed to slip through the net.
Slipped through the net. Incorrect details. Yes, incorrect details given on arrival. It was like whatever. It's just you think check in.
That's good. There's always one.
You live and learn. It's just funny
we always need one to challenge the system.
Yes, absolutely.
To know whether it's working or not.
And our patience. Venerable, I hand over to you.
I wouldn't be surprised if he was probably a press reporter or someone related with the press.
Yes, Or was it a politician who went on holiday, didn't want to be found out? I'll let you get on. You take care. Bye-bye.
Okay, take care. Keep well. See you again soon. So thank you to Venerable Damcho. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone, wherever you're joining from around the world for another session of this wonderful prayerathon, which is one of the methods to help to pacify the manifesting conditions at the moment for the current pandemic of the COVID-19 virus. So at the advice of Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, he suggested that that everyone does these prayers by the great Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. The first one being the liberating Sakya from disease, and the second being liberating from the fear of famine, and then the protection from the danger of weapons, as subsequently kind of things escalate through those kind of scenarios. So at the moment we're still pacifying the virus, and at the same time we're trying to pacify all the effects, knock-on effects that's having, not just on people's physical health, but mental health, and people's lifestyles, and the economic situation, people's livelihoods being affected, and that is, having an effect in all sectors of the world, commercially as well as privately in people's lives. People lost many close, loved and dear ones. So we're doing this to pacify our own negative karma, but also the negative karma of others, which we have created countless times, even just in this life. Got angry, arisen jealousy, arisen through great attachment, through our ignorant views, is the basis of all of our negative actions. And we've also created negative karma in relation to our gurus, even if those of us who don't have gurus in this life, in previous lives, we've created countless negative karma towards them. And even in this life, we may have created negative karma towards our guru through not knowing who our guru is. So those of us who have been fortunate to find a guru, the best way to purify negative karma is to follow the advice of the guru, such as Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. So for doing this practice and purifying negative deeds from the past and creating merit to meet good conditions in the future as well as the present. So we're doing this for all sentient beings of this world, as well as all the number of sentient beings in the universe and the billion-fold universes that exist. So all the numberless hell beings, all the numberless preta beings, numberless animal beings, numberless human beings, numberless asura beings, numberless sura beings, and the numberless beings in the bardo in the intermediate state. So all those who have passed away, particularly of the COVID-19 virus, dedicate ability to practice, which we utilize as best we can for their benefit. So with that, we go to the text, Liberating Sakya from Disease, from the great Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, and we recite the motivation refuge lines. So first we visualize in the space before us Guru, in the aspect of Guru Shakyamuni Buddha. So even those who don't have a Guru, you can visualize Guru Shakyamuni Buddha of this fortunate time. It's the Guru which we are all connected with. So visualize in the space before us the nature of golden light. And we recite the lines. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge, the assembly of gurus, idams, and dakinis. We go for refuge, the empty clarity of our own minds. So having taken refuge in Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, which we all manifest in our Guru, in Guru Shakyamuni Buddha, the one who attained elimination of all obscurations, of mental obscurations, and purified all negativities, and completed all the realizations. And able to abide and see and comprehend directly the Dharmakaya, which is the true nature of our own minds, completely pure of all elaborations and concepts. And then we go to the text, method to transform a suffering life into happiness. I put the link to these texts that I'm using in the YouTube chat. So on page 5 of that text, method to transform a suffering life into happiness, we recite the lines entreating the blessings of our precious gurus in order to complete and accomplish all the stages of the path, which we reflect on directly here. Essence encompassing all the Buddhas, originator of all the holy Dharma, of scripture and realization, principle of all the Aryas intending virtue. In the glorious holy Gurus, I take refuge. Please, Gurus, bless my mind to become Dharma, Dharma to become the path, and the path to be without obstacles. Please bless me to see that this greatly meaningful body, until I achieve Buddhahood. Please bless me to be like the youthful Nosang and the Bodhisattva, always crying and correctly following the virtuous friend, with pure thought and action, seeing whatever is done as pure, and accomplishing whatever is said and advised. Please bless me to see that this greatly meaningful body, with freedoms and richnesses, is difficult to find and easily perishes, that actions and their results are so profound, and that the sufferings of the evil gone transmigratory beings are so difficult to bear. Therefore, please bless me to take refuge from the depths of my heart in the 3 rare sublime ones, to abandon negative karma and to accomplish virtue according to Dharma. Independence on that, even if I achieve the mere high rebirth of an able human, I will still have to experience suffering endlessly in samsara because of not having abandoned and being under the control of the disturbing thought obscurations. Therefore, please bless me to reflect well upon the way of circling in samsara and continuously follow day and night the path of the 3 types of precious trainings, the principal method for becoming free from samsara. Independence upon that, even if I achieve the mere liberation, since there is no sentient being of the 6 types who have not been my father and mother, please bless me to think I must fulfill their purpose and to turn away from the lower happiness of nirvana. Then please bless me to generate precious bodhicitta by equalizing and exchanging myself with others, to follow the conduct of the conqueror's sons, the 6 parameters, and so forth. Having trained my mind in the common path in that way, I will not be upset even if I have to experience the sufferings of samsara for a long time. However, please bless me to look at sentient beings with extraordinary, unbearable compassion, and to enter the quick path of the Vajrayana teachings. Then please bless me to protect my vows and samaya more than my life, and to quickly accomplish the unified Vajradhara state in one brief lifetime of this degenerate time. May I not give rise to heresy for even a second in regard to the actions of the glorious Guru. May I see whatever actions are done as pure and accomplished. May I see whatever actions are done as pure, and with devotion may I receive the Guru's blessings in my heart. Magnificent and precious Guru, please abide on the lotus seat of my heart, guide me with your great kindness, and grant me the realizations of your holy body, speech, and mind. So I think that our Guru, the space before us, is completely satiated by our requests, and from his heart, multicolored light rays radiate, descending to our crown, and those of all sentient beings, and we enter our crown, the crown of our head, descend through our central channel, and completely purify all the obstacles to the path. Purifies all negativities, obscurations, and delusions. Then we continue now on page 8 with the Lojong verses, so generating the selfless wish to lead all sentient beings by whatever means, whatever we may have to sacrifice in order to accomplish the complete happiness of all the noblest sentient beings. Determined to obtain the greatest possible benefit from all sentient beings who are more precious than the wish-fulfilling jewel, I shall hold them most dear at all times. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. For the sake of accomplishing the true purposes of all sentient beings without any sense of loss or concern, I give away my body and likewise my enjoyments, such as food and clothing, and even all my virtues accumulated over the 3 times. By abandoning attachment and giving everything away, I will pass beyond sorrow, and my mind will achieve the non-abiding sorrowless state, the state of omniscience. Since I will have to give up everything all at once when I die, it is best for me to give it away to sentient beings, because Buddhahood is attained in that way. As I have given this body an impure aggregate to all beings to use for their pleasure, even if they always kill me, criticize me, beat me, and so forth, I will let them do whatever they like. From now on, whether they play games with my body or make it an object of laughter by ridiculing, making fun of it to hurt me, since I have already given this body of mine to sentient beings, why would I resist by protecting it, and so forth? I will also use it to do any virtuous action that does not harm or benefits others. Whenever any sentient being encounters me, may it never be meaningless for them, and always be meaningful. Whenever someone has an angry or devotional thought arise just by looking at me, may that attitude alone become a cause that always accomplishes all the temporary and ultimate purposes of that being. Whenever others criticize me with their speech, harm me with their bodies, or likewise insult me behind my back, may all of them have the fortune to achieve great enlightenment. May I be a savior for those who lack a savior, a guide for all those beings who enter a road, a boat, a ship, and a bridge for those who want to cross the water. May I be an island for those who seek the safe shore of an island, a light for those who want a light, bedding for those who wish for bedding, and for all beings who desire a servant, may I become a servant of them all. May I be a wish-granting jewel, a wish-fulfilling vase, giving rise to whatever is desired, such as food and clothing, powerful mantra accomplishing the actions of pacification, increase, and so forth, great medicine curing every sickness, a wish-fulfilling tree satisfying every need, and a wish-granting cow for all beings. Like the 4 great elements, the earth and so forth, like the sky, may I always be a means of living for the innumerable sentient beings. Likewise, may I be a means of living at all times and in all ways for the realms of sentient beings, equaling the extent of space, until they all attain the soulless state. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain, until then may I to remain, to dispel the sufferings of transmigratory beings. And then think that having generated that completely pure selfless wish to liberate all the sentient beings from the vast ocean of samsaric sufferings, and to lead all those sentient beings without exception, even our enemies, to the unsurpassed enlightenment by ourselves alone. Our Holy Root Guru arises in the aspect of Guru Chenrezig, the great compassionate one, with a pure white holy body, youthful, beautiful, and radiant. The nature of pure white light, standing upon a variegated lotus and moon. He has 11 faces. His principal central face is pure white, beautiful, and radiant. The right face is green, the left is red. Above those, the central face is green, the right is red, and the left is white. Above those, the central face is red, the right is white, and the left is green. They each have long, narrow eyes, like lotus petals, and smiling expressions. Above those is a wrathful black face of Mahakala, with 3 bulging eyes, wrathful wrinkles, and bud fangs. He has orange flashing hair standing upright. And upon his crown is the red peaceful face of Guru Amitabha, gazing down upon ourselves and all the sentient beings surrounding us, infinite like space, with great compassionate loving kindness. Guru Chenrezig's first 2 hands are folded at his heart. Second right hand, the uppermost, holds a crystal rosary. The third right hand, the lowermost, is extended downwards, granting sublime realizations. And the fourth right hand, in the center, holds the Dharma wheel. And on his left side, the second left hand holds a golden lotus, the uppermost hand. The third, lowermost, holds a water vessel, and the fourth holds a bow and arrow in the center. And his remaining 992 hands are in the mudra, extended, granting sublime realizations to all sentient beings. And in the palm of each hand is the eye of a Buddha, representing the 1,000 Buddhas of this fortunate eon. And he is adorned with many precious jewels and ornaments, precious garments of celestial silks. Over his left shoulder is draped an antelope skin, and he has fragrant locks of orange hair which hang down around his shoulders. And upon his brow is adorned a white syllable Om, at his throat a red syllable Ah, and at his heart a blue syllable Hum. At his heart is also a moon mandala upon which stands a seed syllable Shri, and from the Shri is emitted brilliant white light, radiating outwards like the sparks of a pure white firework, raining down upon all sentient beings, upon entering their crown of their head, and purifying all the negativities, obscurations, and illusions as it passes through their central channel to their heart. And we maintain that visualization as we recite the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, which has the power to pacify the sufferings of all the 6 realms through the great compassion of Chenrezig. So first we visualize with the first recitation on the mama, that light entering our own crown and entering our own central channel and purifying all of our own negativities, obscurations and delusions collected from beginningless time. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme 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 Om Mani Now with the second mala recitation of the mantra, we visualize that light entering the crowns of all sentient beings, as well as coming from the heart of the Shri at the heart of Chenrezig in the space before us, above the level of our head. And the light also that has passed through our central channel passes out through our heart and out to all sentient beings in the same way, purifying all their negativities, obscurations and delusions collected from beginningless time. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme, 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 Om And now we visualize that white light now becomes multicolored rays of light, like pure white light passing through the spectrum and entering our crown and the crowns of all sentient beings, and granting us all the sublime realizations of the path to enlightenment, that all sentient beings themselves attain the state of enlightenment and become Chenrezig. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme And now we visualize ourselves and all sentient beings as infinite like space. They're in the aspect of Guru Chenrezig, the state of great compassion of all the Buddhas of the 3 times, the 10 directions. And with the power of that great compassion, we recite the actual prayer from the text Liberating Sakya from Disease on page 3, starting near the bottom. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 very sublime ones, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And we think that our prayers and prayers of all those who have joined us, based on their pure motivation, the basis of bodhicitta, and all those other prayers that have been recited previously, and those that will come in subsequent sessions, the ripening results totally manifest and actualized. And without doubt, they have a pacifying impact on the manifest conditions in this world in the present time. Even if not to pacify completely, but at least they help to reduce. And we dedicate, first we rejoice, having engaged in this practice together, and all the practices we've done previously and prayers we've made previously in this life and beginning this past lives, and all those of all the numberless sentient beings, not just those of this world, and all of the activities of all the bodhisattvas and gurus, all their prayers, and all their inconceivable activities, and as well as all of those of the Buddhas of the 3 times of 10 directions, the inconceivable activities, incalculable fields of merit. We rejoice in all of those, and we dedicate all, going to the dedication verses for the COVID-19 crisis in particular. First, for all sentient beings to actualize bodhicitta within their minds as quickly as possible. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise, may that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. And the prayer for the sick in particular, however many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses, and may all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. Let me recite 2 more times. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. And we dedicate that all sentient beings, like ourselves, may the perfect Mahayana virtuous friend in all our future lives, particularly those who have died of COVID-19 virus, as well as all the other diseases and illnesses that there are in the world. In all my lives never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. And likewise, to always meet with Mahayana teachings, particularly those in the lineage of Lama Tsongkhapa, in all our future lives, by the force of the victorious one Tsongkhapa, acting as a direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may we never turn away, even for a second, from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. And we dedicate now in emptiness to all the past, present, future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, numberless sentient beings who exist in my name. May the I, which exists in my name, quickly achieve that state of Buddhahood, which exists in my name. And in all the numberless sentient beings who exist in my name, to that state of enlightenment, which exists in my name. By myself alone, who exists in my name. We dedicate that all of these virtues contribute to the long and healthy life of our precious gurus, and that all their holy wishes be fulfilled immediately. The precious gurus who are the manifestations of all the 3 times 10 directions Buddhas in this world at this particular time. So precious, particularly for His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. To the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. For Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, peerless guide, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the 3 rare sublime ones, Saviour of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live on. And dedicate for all the other gurus in this world in the same way. And thank you all very much. Thank you to all those session leaders. Thank you so much. And thank you to Venerable Damcho and Venerable Tenda, and to all the volunteers at Chenrezig Institute, particularly for their technical support enabling this online prayerathon. thank you very much. Have a wonderful day. Namaste from Nepal. Who is saying namaste to next? Is it
Thangtong? Yes. How are you?
I'm very well. Very nice to see you.
Yes. So is Rinpoche going to start teaching again soon?
Oh, I hope so. That thought did come into my head recently. Like, well, I've been so I help to offer the water bowls upstairs. So while I'm doing that, sometimes I think I hope that Rinpoche teaches again online. I'm sure it's in the pipeline. I'm sure he will start teaching online. I think he really
wonderful.
He really enjoys doing the online teaching, especially when he hears that so many people are able to view the teachings online. So it gives him a lot of encouragement to do that. But he's been doing quite a bit of retreat recently, and various other business he's had to go outside for, and lots of activities within Kopan Gompa itself. So, but yeah, let's hope Rinpoche teaches soon.
Great.
How are things with you in Tushita?
Okay. Well,
yeah.
Tushita is holding its own, in a time like this, and so we are also hoping that the travel restrictions and so on will ease, so that it would be possible to open up at some point. So,
let's hope so.
Yeah.
There's no doubt that what we're doing right now is helping with that, to actualize those conditions.
Right.
So.
That's right.
Let's keep going.
Thank you, Tupenla.
Okay, take care, Kadunla. Have a wonderful session and a wonderful day. Goodbye.
You too. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this session of the prayerathon. I'm Tenzin Palden, and I'm at Tushita, residing at Tushita at this particular point. So let's just take a few minutes to settle ourselves, settle our minds by focusing on our breath. So just simple breathing in and breathing out for 10 times. From this quiet space, we now visualize in front of us Avalokiteshvara, Buddha Avalokiteshvara, who is none other than our Guru, thousand-arm Avalokiteshvara, standing on a white lotus and moon petal. His central arms are folded, and he has 1,000 arms in which there is an eye in each of those hands, which are like petals. And he's looking at us with great love and compassion. So just take a moment to feel his presence. And visualize around us, on our left side is our mother and all female sentient beings, as far as I can go. And on our right side is our father and all male sentient beings. And we can put your difficult or challenging sentient beings, the ones you are having difficulty with, in front of you and around you, as far as I can go, all the rest of the sentient beings, not just in this universe, but in all the universes. So we are doing this prayer to fulfill Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche's wishes. So we are truly, truly very fortunate that at a time like this, we have the good fortune to practice Dharma and to follow the wishes of our Holy Guru, to benefit all sentient beings, especially those sentient beings who are suffering in one shape or form or the other, from the COVID disease, from economic hardships, from social hardships, from poverty, from depression, any difficulty that any of the sentient beings are having. We bring them all right here, and we are doing the prayers in order to benefit and in order to remove all these obstacles, to remove and eliminate all these diseases, all the conflicts, all the inequalities, all the challenges that people are facing all over. And of course, the main reason for this, we realize, is the causes that we have created, and that includes our cognitive obscuration and our afflictive obscurations. So we are doing this prayer in order to remove all those obscurations for all sentient beings, so that we may all attain enlightenment quickly, and that we can create a harmonious, peaceful world where everybody is living with great wisdom, compassion, and skill, and with the only thought of benefiting one another. So keeping that visualization in mind, let's read the motivation and the refuge prayer. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the Buddha. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Now, as we recite Om Mani Padme Hum, again, bring the visualization of Thousand-Arm Avalokiteshvara with his 11 heads and 1,000 arms, looking at us with great love and compassion, beautifully bedecked in jewels and ornaments and beautiful garments. And we first visualize during our first round that white nectar comes out from his crown, pouring into our heads, completely purifying all negativities of our body. Any negativity that we created, such as stealing, killing, or sexual misconduct, believe that it gets completely purified as we recite this mantra. And you can visualize that the negativities come out in the form of dirty laundry water from the crown of our heads, and it comes out through our feet, filling our bodies with radiant light as we do this. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. So now believe that all our obscurations of our body completely get purified. All the negativities of killing, stealing, and sexual misconduct. And bodies are filled with radiant light. And now visualize red light coming out from the throat of Avalokiteshvara, pouring into our throats, completely purifying all negativities of our speech. There's so much negativity that we create through our speech, harsh words, divisive speech, lying, idle gossip. Imagine a world where we did not engage in that and we had only the sweet, melodious speech, the Buddha. So in order to achieve that, we visualize that the red light coming out is completely purifying all those negativities and filling each of our throats with beautiful, melodious speech. Om Mani Padme Hum. So now again, take a minute to actually feel that your speech and the speech of all sentient beings in all the 6 realms, in all the various dimensions have been completely purified. And that it has been replaced by the pure, melodious, mindful, compassionate speech of the Buddhas. And then imagine from the heart of Guru Avalokiteshvara standing in front of us, pours down this blue light into our mind streams, completely purifying all the negativities of attachment, aversion, and ignorance, the root cause of all our suffering, the belief in this self-grasping mind, this mind that is solid, permanent, unitary, and then grasping and cherishing it. That is the root cause of all our suffering. So visualize that the blue light comes down and completely purifies all the negativities of our mind. Om Mani Padme Hum. So all the negative thoughts, all the self-cherishing, all the obscurations, both the cognitive and afflictive, all of it gets completely purified and comes out like dirty laundry water. So now imagine that all the sentient beings, their body, speech, and mind have become completely purified. And so now visualize from the heart of Guru Avalokiteshvara emerges a replica of himself and comes to the top of our crown and dissolves, and each sentient being turns into Avalokiteshvara, radiating pure body, speech, and mind. Om Mani Padme. Since we each have the Buddha nature, it is possible for all our cognitive and afflictive obscurations to completely be purified. So we can actually visualize a world that is filled with little Avalokiteshvaras living in peace and harmony. But since that is not yet the case, we will recite the actual prayer for this to happen as soon as possible. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body and mind, body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sat in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of craft spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And we'll end with the extensive dedication prayers.
Venerable, can you hear us? Could you start now, please? You're on mute. So if you could unmute yourself, that'd be great.
Hello. Hi there. Hello.
Yeah, hi. Can you oh. Sorry.
So I heard Venerable Peregrine say, we'll finish with the extensive dedication prayers, and then there was a blank.
Yeah, I think she dropped out.
So I got confused.
She's back. Okay.
Okay, well, let her do her prayers, and then I'll take over.
Changchu Semcho Rinpoche, Make Panang Kekyuchi, Kepan Nampa Mepa Yang, Gongne Gongne Pelwar Shu. Samsara Nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect, independent or rising, are unbetraying. I seek blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sickness. May all sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent dharma. By completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. By the force of the victorious one, Tsongkhapa, acting as our direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may we never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines and wood in the forest, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I hold sentient beings as precious as my life. May I hold them as more precious than myself. May all their negative karma ripen on me, all my virtue ripen on them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. Jampel Pavo Jitar Ken Padang, Kuntu Zampo de Ang Dejante, Dedang Kunji Jesu da Procher, Geva di da Tamchera Pugo, Duzim Shope, Duzim Shepe Gelwa Tamcheki, Gowagan La Chotu Gapa de, Dagi Gure Savadi Tunkan, Zampo Chotir Gowa. the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Thangtong Gyalpo, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So we pray for the end of this COVID. His Holiness yesterday went and got his vaccination and has encouraged all of us to get our vaccinations. So I hope vaccinations will spread quickly to all parts of the world and this pandemic will be over soon. Thank you very much, Venerable Sarah.
Hi there, Padrin. Hey.
How are you?
I'm fine. Can you see the stupa?
Beautiful, beautiful. I mean, it's always amazing when you come on. You really help us to see so many different parts. Thank you so much. It's beautiful.
Oh,
just
thank
gorgeous.
you.
Yeah.
Great. And that was great because I left the prayers behind. And then I heard you say, now we'll do the extensive dedication. And I was like, oh, what a relief. And then there was this big silence. So thank you. That was perfect. You just gave me time to get up here.
Great. Enjoy your day. Bye.
You too. Take care. And okay, so signing off, signing on. So here we are, signing on from the great all-encompassing, wish-granting, wish-fulfilling stupa of Bodha. And I hope you can all hear me clearly. And I hope you can all see the stupa. And I think just at the beginning, it's really important to visualize that this stupa is all our gurus manifesting as holy objects. So, as we take the holy objects in our rooms and that we see every day, as we take them for granted, but in reality, every one of these precious holy objects, right down to a prayer flag, to a mantra, they're all manifestations of the enlightened, holy-minded, Dharmakaya holy-minded of all the Buddhas, which also manifests in the ordinary aspects of our gurus. And so they're so precious, they're so unbelievably precious. So please imagine that this is His Holiness Dalai Lama, Rinpoche, all our gurus, so whoever your guru is, taking the form of stupa to benefit numberless, countless sentient beings, humans, animals, spirits, devas, 24/7, 365, years and years and centuries, always effortlessly, spontaneously working for sentient beings, allowing them to make offerings, to contemplate, do prayers, be inspired just by seeing the stupa, to plant the seed of whole path to enlightenment on their minds, just by that. So according to each person's level, guiding, even if it's a tourist who just comes to take photos, even if it's a frog, or a pigeon, or a dog, constantly venting sentient beings, whether they're here, whether they're remembering the stupa, whether they are looking at a photo of the stupa in some other country, or whatever. Okay. And then what I want to do is I'm going to start off by reciting and share some motivation. And then I'm going to do kora. So hopefully we can manage at least 6 kora with the mantra, and then finish with Thangtong Gyalpo's prayer and the dedication prayers, night prayers. So we'll start with the direct meditation on the graduated path. Essence encompassing all the Buddhas, originator of all the holy Dharma, the scriptures and realizations, principle of all those Aryas intending virtue, to the glorious holy Gurus, I go refuge. These Gurus bless my mind to become Dharma, the Dharma to become the path, and the path to be without obstacles, until I achieve the state of elimination and development, Buddhahood. Please bless me, just and Nozen and Thangtong to correctly follow the virtuous friend with pure thought and action, see whatever is done as pure, and accomplish whatever is said and advised. Please bless me to see that this greatly meaningful body with freedoms and riches is difficult to find and easily perishes, that action and result are so profound, and the suffering of the evil gone transmigratory beings is so difficult to bear, and to therefore go for refuge from the depths of my heart to the three rare sublime ones, Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, abandon negative karma and accomplish virtue according to the Dharma. In dependence upon that, even though I achieve merely the higher rebirth, the deva or human, I will have to experience suffering endlessly in samsara due to being under the control of the unabandoned disturbing thought obscurations. Therefore, by reflecting well on the way of cycling in samsara, please bless me to follow continuously, day and night, the path of the three types of precious trainings, the principal method to be liberated from samsara. In dependence upon that, even though I achieve mere liberation, please bless me to see that there is not one sentient being of the six types who has not been my father and mother, and thinking I must fulfill their purpose, may I turn away from the mind seeking the lower happiness of nirvana, generate the precious thought of enlightenment, bodhicitta, for equalizing and exchanging myself with others, and follow the conduct of the conqueror's sons, the bodhisattvas, the six paramitas, and so on. Having trained my mind in the common path in that way, even though experiencing the sufferings of samsara for a long time will not upset me, please bless me by regarding sentient beings with extraordinarily unbearable compassion, to enter the quick path of the Vajrayana teachings, by protecting my vows and samaya at the cost of my life, may I quickly accomplish the unified state of Vajrabhara in just this one brief lifetime of the general time. And then it's very important to understand that every single sentient being is a source of our happiness. So there is not one sentient being can be left out. So especially the one who harms you, the one who always irritates, makes problems. So especially that one. So especially those who are really suffering mentally, physically, emotionally, especially every single sentient being. So from the suffering sentient beings comes the great compassion. The great compassion is bodhicitta. Bodhicitta is bodhisattva. Bodhisattva is enlightenment. Enlightenment, Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, or path. All sentient beings are led to happiness and freed from suffering. So this depends on every single suffering sentient being. Determined to obtain the greatest possible benefit from all sentient beings, who are more precious than a wish-fulfilling jewel, I shall hold them most dear at all times. So I'm going to recite every single mantra, and I do every single kora, every single breath, every single prayer, dedicated for every sentient being, not leaving one out. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, completely fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, completely fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. Transmigratory beings, so born, suffering, racing towards death, again being reborn, suffering, racing towards death, constantly like this, transmigrating. Up, down, down, mostly down, and up, and again, down again. Constantly since beginning this lifetime. So we can't see a beginning to this for ourselves, and we can't see a beginning to this for others. So there's not one suffering we see others experience. We read about that we haven't experienced ourselves countless times, that they haven't experienced countless times. So for the transmigratory beings, we have to take refuge, we have to do these practices, we have to achieve the state of full enlightenment. I give up my body, enjoyments and wealth, and even all virtues for 3 times without any sense of loss, in order to accomplish the welfare of all sentient beings. By giving away all, I will pass beyond suffering, and my mind will achieve a non-abiding, sorrowless state of omniscience. Since everything is given up all at once at death, it's best to now give it away to sentient beings. Having given this body to all beings to use whatever they want for their happiness, even if they constantly kill, criticize, beat me, and so on, let them do whatever they like. Even if others play with my body, put me down, and make fun of me, since I've already given this body to them, why resist that? Let sentient beings do anything to my body that doesn't harm them. When anyone encounters me, may it never be meaningless for them. Whoever generates a thought of anger or devotion by looking at me, may that very mind always become cause to accomplish every success. May all those who say unpleasant things, harm me physically, or likewise complain about me behind my back, have the fortune to achieve enlightenment. May I become a savior for those who like a savior, a guide for those who enter the path of all lifetimes, and a boat, ferry, and bridge for those who wish to cross over water. May I become an island for those seeking an island, a light for those wanting light, bedding for those desiring bedding. May I become a servant for all beings who want to serve. May I become a wish-granting jewel and a wish-fulfilling vase, actualized knowledge mantras, a great medicine, a wish-granting tree, and a wish-granting cow for those beings. Like the 4 great elements, the earth, water, space, fire, may I always be the means of living in many ways for the innumerable sentient beings. Likewise, in every realm of sentient being equaling the limitless sky, may I always be the cause and the means of living in every way until they all attain the soul state. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain, for that long may I remain, dispelling the suffering of transmigrating beings. We'll move on to the Bhaja speech of the Mahasada Thangtong Gyalpo Blessed Prayer, known as Liberating Suffering from Disease. And visualize around you in human form the numberless sentient beings of the 6 realms, all experiencing the various different sufferings of those realms, all in human form. And particularly you can think of those who are suffering from the COVID now, but you know, there's the causes of COVID. There's the COVID, there's economic problems, there's the physical problems, emotional problems, the financial problems. All of these, you know, there's the causes of all of these, and then there is far greater suffering that arises from the causes of these, the delusions and karma. So all sentient beings are suffering, going out limitless as a space, and all of them surrounding us, and we're leading them and taking refuge to all the Buddhas and all our gurus, Buddha Dhamma Sangha, during aspects of this Sutrathon. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to precious Guru Buddha, go for refuge to Buddha, the Dhamma, Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of unminds, Dhamma. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. Go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, Sangha. Go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. Go for refuge to the empty clarity of unminds, Dhamma. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. Go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. Go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. Go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, Dhamma. And then, having taken refuge, the next thing is we're going to do the circumambulation. So I think that we should have enough time to do six chorus from each of the different realms. Just check. Yeah, we have enough time. So first, let's do the prostration mantra. The mantra that increases prostration. Chandanda Dejin Shivata Chandayan the Busa Visindi Vishinda Chimachasa Chandanda Dejin Shivata Chandayan the Busa Visindi Vishinda Chimachasa Chandanda Dejin Shivata Chandayan the Busa Visindi Vishinda Chimachasa Chandanda Dejin Shivata Chandayan the Busa Visindi Vishinda Chimachasa Chandanda Dejin Shivata Chandayan the Busa Visindi Vishinda Chimachasa Chandanda Dejin Shivata Chandayan the Busa Visindi Vishinda Chimachasa Chandanda Dejin Shivata Chandayan the Busa Visindi Vishinda Chimachasa Om Namo Bhagavate Venakadevasaya Titikatiya Arati Samya Yata Om Vana Vana Ma Vana Vana Visaya So Om Namo Bhagavate Venakadevasaya Titikatiya Arati Samya Samvidya Yata Om Vana Vana Ma Vana Vana Visaya So Om Namo Bhagavate Venakadevasaya Titikatiya Arati Samya Samvidya Yata Om Vana Ma Vana Vana Visaya So Om Namo Bhagavate Venakadevasaya Titikatiya Arati Samya Samvidya Yata Om Vana Vana Ma Vana Vana Visaya So Om Namo Bhagavate Venakadevasaya Titikatiya Arati Samya Samvidya Yata Om Vana Vana Ma Vana Vana Visaya So Om Namo Bhagavate Venakadevasaya Titikatiya Arati Samya Samvidya Yata Om Vana Vana Ma Vana Vana Visaya So Om Namo Bhagavate Venakadevasaya Titikatiya Arati Samya Samvidya Yata Om Vana Vana Ma Vana Vana Visaya So and then a very, very important mantra that Nisha emphasizes so much, which has all the various different benefits. So you can look this one up. That means that we prostrate and make offerings to all the holy objects, all the divine sangha, all holy objects. And when we do the kora, you shouldn't just think we're circumambulating Bodhisattva, but every single Guru, Buddha, Bodhisattva, statue, holy object that exists. So on our right side are all of these, not just Bodhisattva. Mama Chanda Chanda the Shivata to Maya, the Pacific Singer Paga, Shakitapala Chanta, Namata Shitikachika, Namacha, Namadaksha Sivadaksha Sapa from the Shivana, Chanda Chanda the Shivata to Maya, the Pacific Singer Paga, Shikitapala Chanta, Namata Shitikachika, Namacha, Namadaksha Sivadaksha Sapa from the Shivana. Namachanda the Shivata to Maya, the Pacific Singer Paga, Shikitapala Chanta. Om Namah Shivata Namah Shivata Sapa Pinditani So Namatan the Shivata Tamayan the Basava Singh Paga Shikita Om Namah Shivata So Papam Bishadam is so hard. So here we go. The first one is for the beings in the Helllands, particularly, but all sentient beings in general. Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum Om Mani Padme Hum Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum 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 Om Mani Padme Om Mani Tene hum, Om Mani, Tene hum, Om Mani, Tene hum, Om Mani, Tene hum. So as we recite the mantra, we should think that we're bringing all sentient beings around all the holy objects in this world, in this universe, and think that they're all manifestations of the Guru, root Guru, and all our Gurus, the holy mind of the Buddhas, and think that white light rays, nectar, constantly coming from the stupa, purifying everybody from sickness, cause of sickness, sufferings, delusions, spirit forms, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Mani bene hum mani bene 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 Mani bene hum mani Good morning, Nihama. Mani bene 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 Nani bene mani bene Nani bene mani bene Mani bene Nani bene mani bene Nani bene mani bene Nani bene mani bene Mani bene mani bene Nani bene mani bene Nani bene mani bene Mani bene mani bene Mani bene So that is the first chorus for all the Harbins to think that the mats is a light rays of pouring from the stupa. The essence is all the gurus and Buddha Dhamma, the holy objects that we are bringing all sentient beings around, purifies all the sufferings and all the cause of suffering, all sentient beings, particularly the Harbin beings. There's a hot house, cold house, neighboring house, occasional house. Completely purified, and they all become Chenrezig and they all recite on one penny home. And now we're going to do the second admission for beings in the Hungry Ghost Land. This is for Venerable Damcha. This is the animal rescue that works here. Street dog care, to take care of all the dogs in Bodha So they do amazing work, taking care of all the dogs for free and feeding them. Hi, good morning. Namaste. Money bele, 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 so all the hungry ghosts they suffer so much from hunger and thirst, fear, exhaustion, and they can barely walk. It is huge stomachs and very tiny, frail limbs, and we're bringing all of them around the stupa with us. We're in human form, and the nectars and light rays coming from Guru Chenrezig in the form of stupa, completely purifying them, as well as all other sentient beings. So now think that we've purified all hungry ghosts, and they all become Chenrezig, and they all recite the mantra. So a limitless sky filled with the well-being hungry ghosts, all Chenrezig, all reciting the mantra. And now the next round for the animal beings. In the sky, ocean, below the ground, above the ground. Leading all of them around the city. That doesn't like this, continually coming from Guru Chenrezig, and form of the stupa. Purifying sickness, causing sickness. Money them especially and around them, all sensibilities. Money them, money them, money them. Also, all animals filled with all the blessings of rich and Chenrezig's holy body teaching mind, the great compassion, omniscient wisdom, and perfect power, so forth. Money them, money them. Money them, money them. Nani bame ho mani bame nani bame ho mani bame nani bame ho nani bame ho nani bame ho nani bame ho mani bame nani. And there's one lady here, I don't know if you can see her, but she's got two walking sticks, and she's bringing herself around the stupa. And it reminded me a few days ago, I was here at the stupa in Arya, and it pointed to 4 people, and one was blind, and one was small but deformed, and another was kind of paralyzed, and they were all guiding they were all together in a group guiding themselves around the stupa. It was quite amazing to see. One had sight and one could walk and another could hear, and they just formed a group and they were walking around the stupa. It was a group of beggars, and Arya said to me, how amazing is this? So it reminds us that the Buddha is the one who sees, and we are like the blind. What does Buddha see? Buddha sees that great compassion is a source of all happiness, and that every sentient being is most precious and kind. And self-cherishing is the source of all suffering. So it's Saturday, it's around lunchtime, it's very, very hot. So most people are not circumambulating now, but early morning and night they will be. And the dogs circumambulating there. I've seen frogs and pigeons, I've seen cats, I've seen all kinds of animals circumambulating the stupa. So there now we've done 3 kora. So that's the animals. So I think the night rays coming from Guru Chenrezig in the form of stupa. It purifies all the animals, and they all achieve the state of Chenrezig, and they're all reciting the mantra. And now we're going to do the next kora for the human beings. So you can particularly think of those who are suffering from infectious COVID, bringing them all around the stupa and all other holy objects. And next is the night rays constantly coming. In reality, it's omniscient holy mind of all the Buddhas carrying the form of these holy objects that we're circumambulating. So if that's the COVID, those who died, those who are dying, those who are sick, those left behind who are grieving. And grieving is unimaginable suffering. Loss, economic problems, many. Of course, I think all the world leaders, all the famous people, celebrities, those that influence on others, and spiritual leaders, all circumambulating and super spiritual magic, all reciting the mantra, leading all their followers and friends. Purify them, negative karma, and cause the sickness. So that circumambulation was for all the human beings. So we think that the net is the light rays from Chenrezig in the form of stupa or holy objects. That purify our sufferings, cause sufferings, particularly with COVID, its effects, and all the human beings become Chenrezig. Bring all the qualities Chenrezig has and reciting the mantra. And now the next round we're going to do is for the demigods. And bring them all around the stupa. And they really need, to have this great compassion. You might be born in the God realms for some time, but then of course karma is exhausted. Get reborn back in our realms. And then it says all wasted. And so all the merit making that we just really have to dedicate to enlightenment, for compassion, renunciation, wisdom. Otherwise it's like winning the lottery and then wasting the whole thing again. Light rays continuously coming from Guru Chenrezig in the form of Siva. The purifying all the causes of suffering, delusion, the total sickness, and the roots, and also bring all the blessings. Chenrezig's holy body, such a mind, and all great compassion, vision, holy wisdom, enlightened activity, the power, perfect power, all the Buddhas, all our Gurus. I think that the whole sky is filled with the sound of the Chenrezig mantra. The whole universe is vibrating with all many children. Offerings. So that's Damcha. He's Chinese and used to be a monk, and he spends many hours a day making the most beautiful offerings to Bodhi Sutra, and that's what he does with his life on behalf of others. So here we're finishing the chorus for the demigods, and we're going to start the chorus for the god realms. So we know that the god realms, so think that all the demigods now are completely purified by the light beings coming from Guru Chenrezig, from the Supa, so with all our gurus, and think that they all become Chenrezig and recite the mantra. Now we have just the god realms left. So we're going to do a chorus for them, recite the mantra. Leave them all around Supa. So of course they have this incredible enjoyment, far greater than we can possibly imagine in this world, or we ever experienced. But then at the time of death, in 7 days, which in a couple of periods, they suffer so much, it's like more than, because we see they're going to lose it. Yeah, you see they're losing the whole thing. Because that's worse than being in hell. That's the light rays coming from Guru Chenrezig, which purify and sufferings causes sufferings. Letters and light rays coming from the speaker. Actuality, Chenrezig. Then we can remind all the Buddhas praying in the form of this super non-holy object, and we're circumambulating, being all sentient beings around while chanting the mantra. We think that all sentient beings chanting the mantra with us. So we just completed the Kora for the God rounds, and this is going to be the final Kora we do. So you should think now that the nectar and light rays and Chenrezig in the form of super holy objects, they purified all 6 round sentient beings, all completely purified. They all receive the qualities of Chenrezig, they all become Chenrezig, all reciting the mantra. And now this Kora, this last one, this is for the long life of our gurus, all the holy beings, benefiting sentient beings, and this is also for the success of all the Sangha, receive all the support that they need, all those who are practicing upholding the teachings. And this is also for the benefactors, those who are supporting that activity. So this final Kora is for all of that, so very strong prayers. And the nectars and light rays coming from Chenrezig and from the stipple holy objects. And then spreading throughout this universe, and all 6 sentient beings are reciting the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. They've all become Chenrezig. And the whole universe is vibrating with the sound of the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, the 6 syllables that contain every single teaching of the past, all the Buddhist teachings contained in those 6 syllables. Om Mani Padme Hum, so those 6 syllables are actually Chenrezig in the form of mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Mani Bebe Om Mani Bebe Om Mani Bebe Mani Bebe Om Mani Bebe Mani Bebe Om Mani Bebe Mani Bebe Mani Bebe Om Mani Bebe Om Mani Bebe Om Mani Bebe This is our 7th chord, this is our last chord, and then we're going to do the Thangtong Gyalpo dedication. And this is for the long life of our Guru, and this is for the Sangha, and this is for all the practice. And all sentient beings already transformed into Chenrezig, while reciting the 6 syllable mantra Mantra. The whole universe is resounding with the sound of Mantra. And the stupa is actual Chenrezig, and constantly nectar and light rays are coming, purifying, blessing. Eliminating all the obstacles, all my Guru said that we should being fulfilled, and to all beings generating compassion. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Okay, we finished. And now I'm going to recite the prayer Thangtong Gyalpo. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of spirits, illnesses, and the British, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in the instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of cures, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. The body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life and health and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the Sri Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma which results. All these dedications and prayers to be fulfilled. Okay, so I think that's pretty much my time is up. And so let's just dedicate the most precious Holy Mind of Bodhicitta to arise immediately within our own hearts and the hearts of all sentient beings. And wherever Bodhicitta has been generated, may it never decline but increase more and more. And let's dedicate for our Gurus, have long lives, perfect health, all their holy wishes to be fulfilled. And let's dedicate for all the students and perfect devotion to the Gurus. And may they always be able to please the Gurus and accomplish all their wishes. Dedicate for all the Sangha students able to actualize in this very lifetime the realizations of stage of the past and lifetimes. dedicate for an end to this sickness and to all sicknesses and diseases, and end to all the economic problems. Those who are grieving to find comfort, those who have died to have a good rebirth. All beings be led to a perfect path, meet with perfect gurus, and be able to actualize the stages of the path to enlightenment as quickly as possible. Know all the conditions for that. Be able to exist without obstacles, and there will be all the funding and all the right people to establish centers and monasteries and nunneries and teachings and Zoom videos like this. May this all happen exactly in accordance with the wishes of our gurus. And all those who are supporting this prayerathon, whether it's the Venerable Damcho, the people at Chenrezig, people who are in the heart of Chenrezig, the very Chenrezig itself, Chenrezig land in Australia, who work so hard, those who give money, and all those who participate, all those who tune in. May they always be guided by Chenrezig, Guru Chenrezig, this and our future lifetimes. And may all of us immediately be able to generate purest compassion and love for every living being. The power and blessings of this special prayer by the great Master Thangtong Gyalpo be actualized. Yeah, so I think someone else is going to take over. Venerable Techo?
Yes, hello, Venerable Sarah. How are you?
Well, we keep on meeting like this, don't we?
Yes, indeed.
Very auspicious. We keep on meeting at the stupa on holy places. So nice to see you. Is everybody well at Nalanda?
Yeah, everybody is very well.
Wonderful. Yeah, miss you all. It's a year since you were all over here. And we had such a great, wonderful time going to holy places and doing special things.
Indeed. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so sending all my love to Nalanda, and there you go. Please take over.
Okay. Okay. Keep safe. Be well. Be happy.
Thank you too.
Okay. Thank you. So I would like to start with thanking the Chenrezig team at the Institute. You know, what a wonderful job you're doing with this online every Saturday, 24 hours. Amazing. And I would like to thank Venerable Damcho from the UK, who is administering these weekly Zoom practices. I'm sure you're working very hard trying to get people to practice with us. So let us start with thinking while we're doing this practice, people who are suffering the COVID-19 pandemic, other diseases, other afflictions. So we can visualize all of them, all those who are suffering, humans and non-humans. Visualize them all around you, and all are in human form. So we think that ultimately we're leading them to enlightenment, guiding them to enlightenment, all of them. But at the moment, all we can do is to wish them to be free from any diseases, and the world is rid of the COVID-19 pandemic. At the moment, this is the level that we're at. This is what our Guru suggested we do, and this is what we do with a happy mind. So we go for refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Guru, Didams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Guru, Didams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Didams, and the Kings. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. So the visualization that I will lead, I actually took from the Lama Yeshu Wisdom Archive. It is a visualization that Rinpoche explained in Madrid in 2009, and obviously will be very clear to see what was adopted, what is my words and what is Rinpoche words, as well as I added a little bit from the soul practice, etc. So visualize Chenrezig on the crown of every hell being, hungry ghost, animal, human beings, Sura, Asura, intermediate state being, and also yourself. Nectar beams are emitting from the 1,000-armed Chenrezig that is on the top of the crown of your head, and then enters into the body and mind. Self, as well as all sentient beings, purifying sicknesses. If you have a particular sickness, spirit harm, and we have to remember that the cause of those is negative karma and defilements collected from beginningless rebirth up to now. And we think that they are completely purified. We can think of the COVID-19 pandemic, people who are in lockdown, people who are in hospitals, on respirators, people who are suffering mentally, physically, financially, socially. So the same visualization of nectar beams that are emitting from 1,000-armed Chenrezig that is above the crown of all suffering mother sentient beings, then entering the body and mind of all sentient beings, completely purifying from any diseases and spirit harm, constantly purifying with this visualization and recitation of Om Mani Padme Hum. So request Chenrezig to guide yourself and everybody, your family and all sentient beings. That includes, of course, those who are dying now in hospitals, at home, anywhere. Those who are unbelievably sick or experiencing unbelievable many sufferings. It is good to remember to visualize the sufferings as extensive as possible, and that they are constantly being purified as we chant or recite the Chenrezig mantra. And we think that the numberless hell beings, hungry ghosts, animals, asuras and suras, and the intermediate state being, and all human beings, and especially those who are affected mentally, physically, financially, socially from the COVID-19 pandemic. From all of those, I received all the past, present, and future happiness. They are the most kind and most precious ones in my life. And I think I must free them from all their suffering and exposes and bring them to Compassion Buddha's enlightenment. To do this, I must achieve Compassion Buddha's enlightenment. Therefore, the most important thing in my life is to develop great compassion. This is of utmost importance. For that, I must receive the blessing of the special deity of compassion by reciting the mantra that persuades the holy mind of Compassion Buddha. For this reason, I'm going to recite the Compassion Buddha's mantra. I would like to recite the request prayer from the New Sadhana as well. O our compassionate eyed one, who is a treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me, as well as all mothers and fathers of all 6 realms, to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound, peerless awakening mind may grow. With the tear of your great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusions. Please lead me and my greaters with your hand of compassion to field of bliss. O our compassionate eyed one, who is the treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me, as well as all mothers and fathers in all 6 realms, to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound, peerless awakening mind may grow. With a tear of great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusions. Please lead me and my greaters with your hand of compassion to fields of bliss. O I, compassionate eyed one, who is a treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me, as well as all mothers and fathers in all 6 realms, to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound, peerless awakening mind may grow. With a tear of great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusions. Please lead me and my greaters with your hand of compassion to fields of bliss. I would like to dedicate each Om Mani Padme Hum that we recite to the fulfillment of the holy wishes of our virtuous friends, His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and others. Through generation of loving kindness and compassion, may all the wars and killings and famine and diseases like the COVID-19 pandemic and the imbalance of the elements in the world stop right now. And now we chant the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Don't forget the visualization of Chenrezig at the top of the crown of the head, emitting rays of nectar that is absorbed into you, purifying. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. I'd like to recite the actual prayer for 7 times. May all the diseases that sadden the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions. That result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of the Godhead spirits, illnesses that does not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, it's like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instance, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose name is terrified being, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever suffering there are from that are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the power of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of truth and fallibility of common result, may all the dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases and sadden the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Gaha spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instance, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever suffering there are from that are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus of the 3 jewels, the power of the Kinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases and sadden the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Gaha spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instance, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever suffering there are due to the disturbances of 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, the power of the Kini, Dhamma protector and guardian, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God, spirits, illnesses, about us not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from mice and diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease. The mere sound of whose name terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clusters of interference, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body of the mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Sri Jewels, the power of the Kinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of truth and fallibility of karma and its result, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases and sadden the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God, spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life and diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Sri Jewels, the power of the Kinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of truth and fallibility of karma and its result, may all dedication and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases sadden the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God, spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life and diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Sri Jewels, the power of the Kinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its result, may all dedications and prayers be fulfilled. The last recitation. May all the diseases that sadden the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God, spirits, illnesses, the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life and diseases, just like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever suffering there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Sri Jewels, the power of the Kinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its result, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, Now we can let go of the visualization of 1,000-armed Chenrezig that is on top of the crown of your head. Dissolve it into a sphere of light that absorbs into you and permeates your whole body. I'd like to add to this session about 2 minutes of the Green Tower mantra, as suggested by His Holiness, that we can do to alleviate the pandemic. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha. Tare tutare ture soha, om 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 tare ture soha, om tare tutare 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 ture soha. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, 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 Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha, 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 Ture Soha, Om Tare Tutare 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 Ture Soha. Okay, I would like to start with dedications. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta not yet born arise, and may that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Samsara and Nirvana, like even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect and dependent arising and betraying. Take your blessing to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all the sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, of transformatory beings never occur again. In all my life, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities of stages of the path, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. By the force of victorious ones of Kappa, acting as I will direct my Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may we never turn aside for even an instant from the exit path highly admired by the victorious ones. May I and all sentient beings meet the teachings of the victorious one, Losang Drapa, who lived an eminent life, endowed with pure morality, a brave heart, enduring the Bodhisattva's extensive deeds, and the yoga of the stages as supreme transcendental wisdom, unundled bliss and emptiness. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. By merely seeing, hearing, thinking about, remembering me, as well as by touching me or talking to me. May all suffering instantly be pacified. May there be happiness forever. Due to the past, present, future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from its own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, I am completely empty of existing from my own side. fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like Samantha Bhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praise to the best, by the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times, in order to have good conduct. For the Dharma King took up his way of Dharma to flourish. May all signs of obstacles be pacified, and all conducive conditions be complete. Due to the 2 types of merits of the 3 times of myself and others, may the teachings of the victorious Malosam Japa shine resplendent forever. And for the IMI nuns and monks, may I and all others, particularly the IMI Sangha, be able to live a life of pure moral conduct, like Lama Tsongkhapa himself, train the mind in bodhicitta and live in pure view and conduct. In this way, may we be able to complete our life without corrupting the pure wisdom of the second Buddha's teaching. For the very, very long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind Supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Savior of the Snowland teaching and transmigratory being, who extensively clarified the path that unifies emptiness and compassion. To the lotus in hand, Lord Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be fulfilled. And to our Guru, very, very, very long life to Lama Zopa Rinpoche. You who uphold the subdued moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, 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 please live long. Thank you very much. I wonder who is online now. Hello, Venerable Silyana.
Good morning, Tek Chong. How are you?
I am very well. How are you?
Good. Yes, very well. I just had some coffee, so anyway, yes,
yeah.
happy.
Yeah, yeah
You're okay? Everything okay?
I'm offering my coffee to you.
Oh, thank you very much. I just drank. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Yeah, you too. Thank you. Ciao, ciao.
Ciao, ciao. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you to the Chenrezig team that is helping us to do this fantastic prayerathon. That is always supporting us. Now we are already at the 32nd week of this marathon. And I think it's going on for a while still. And anyway, it's a good occasion to meet and to exchange and to meet other people internationally. That is very, very nice and gives us the feeling of many people together. That is a very nice, very, very nice feeling. So okay. Buongiorno a tutti quanti. Siete venuti qua ancora questa mattina a fare le preghiere insieme. Cerchiamo di generare una buona motivazione per questa pratica che facciamo tutti quanti insieme. E la cosa interessante è che appunto ci sono tante persone in tutto il mondo che stanno seguendo questa maratona ed è di grande beneficio per calmare la mente di tutti quanti gli esseri viventi. Quindi cerchiamo di metterci nella posizione corretta di meditazione, con la spina dorsale dritta. Piano piano portiamo la nostra attenzione al movimento naturale del respiro. Abbiamo questo corpo umano